In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's me. It's the Toe Man, the big evil Toe Man. Welcome to the show. I know some of you are very happy to see my smiling face. To the rest of you, hold on a second. Give me a second. I got some messages yesterday from some people, and they sent me some screenshots, let's say from my moles. My moles sent me some screenshots, and I knew that my jail stories would unnecessarily outrage some people for no reason. I mean, I knew there was no reason to be outraged about it, but I knew the outrage would happen. I'll be honest, I underestimated how far the brain rot was. There's one person, Incognito, who has, I think I've officially broken whoever this Incognito person is. They wrote a giant paragraph about how mad they are about my jail stay, about how my jail stay was. And like, this is what I don't understand. I watched Keanu last night. Somebody, SP let me know. They're like, Keanu's talking about your 4.5 mile quick trip run. And I was like, oh, okay, let's, check it out. And she did an incredible job. She did a great job covering it. And Keanu said in the thing, she's like, Aaron just seems lighter. He seems so happy. She goes, I've never seen Aaron like in good spirits. And she's like, the guy really does roll with everything. He's a trooper. And I've been telling you that for the longest time. But she did say during her show, she's like, and for some reason that's going to drive some people up a wall. And I think the great point she made was, it doesn't have to. I was in jail. As SP is fond of saying, as SP keeps saying, she goes, you were in jail. I guess you wouldn't know it due to my attitude. I don't know, but I'll read that in a little bit here. It does, like, I find myself comforting so many people and just telling them, like, you don't have to be this way. It's all right. I had a very busy day yesterday, though. I have a busy morning already. Like, right after the show, I have to leave I have an appointment in St. Michael. It was supposed to be at 2:30 today. When I woke up this morning, the person I'm meeting, now we have to meet at 11:30, but I'm very excited about it. So I adjusted my very busy schedule to make that 11:30 work. I might have to miss a game of Madden or maybe not play some Medieval 2 Total War, which is really unfortunate because I have a killer game going as Scotland right now. And I've just taken the whole British Isles. And it looks like I'll have to put that one on the back burner. But the good news about going to a meeting at 11:30 in the morning is that Casey's is open. No, I can't do Casey's today. The kids and I had pizza last night, It was pizza night last night. I got leftover pizza in the fridge. I can't be getting gas station pizza. It wouldn't be prudent, is what I'm saying. So welcome to the show. We do have an awesome one today. Hey, you're not going to believe this. Get this. Did you know that it looks like Israel is looking for reasons to break the ceasefire and invade Gaza City again? Did you know that? Unbelievable. I did not have that on my bingo card. I didn't say that before I went to jail. I never said Israel is going to take the smallest infraction and turn it into a reason to invade Gaza. To be honest with you, I can't believe it. It's unreal that that's going on right now. The Fed's meeting today. They're going to talk about cutting interest rates. I think cutting interest rates is a big mistake. I think if they cut interest rates in a big way today, I think all they're trying to do is prop up the market. And it's a mistake because all you're doing is inflating a bubble. The bubble needs to pop. Housing needs to come down. Auto prices need to come down. Prices in general need to come down. There is a way we could have done this responsibly, and it's by keeping interest rates high for a while until inflation goes all the way down, and then you can start responsibly lowering those rates. But the Fed fucking with the interest rates, it's privy to a lot of political pressure. And I know the Fed likes to say, well, we're above that. We're kind of the wise men of the economy. That's proven to be untrue many times. They caved to political pressure. I don't like the idea. I don't think inflation is where it is or where it needs to be in order to facilitate a rate cut. I think we do need to put more downward pressure on prices. But, hey, what do I know? I'm just some morning zoo hack. So we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. The death of EBT is on the way. We got some EBT death. People are excited about it, man. I got people in my chat before the show even started this morning going, oh, man, are you excited for the death of EBT? It's good. I'm not. I'm not excited for the immediate aftermath of it. There's going to be, more riot problems. There's going to be more crime problems. It just seems like it's going to get worse before it gets better. One thing I will say, and I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, there's never a dull moment when Donald Trump is president. Whether things are going very well or things look precarious, never a dull moment with the guy. Bigot on Socialist Media says, let the chaos begin. I mean, here's what can maybe ward off riots. I think here's what we can do. The day before EBT gets shut off is Halloween, right? We need all the poor people in this country, all the people on food stamps need to get out there and trick or treat their dicks off and load up on as much candy as sugar. Bring your EBT card if you want to, and you can fake swipe it every time you do a trick or treat. We need to get these people full of food. All right, maybe we can buy ourselves a week to get this shutdown over with. You know what's really frustrating about the shutdown is that the Republicans kind of don't want it to end because they're getting to blame the Democrats for it. The Democrats don't want it to end because there's all kinds of Medicare, Medicaid, and Obamacare cuts that are in this funding bill that the Republicans are trying to pass. So the Republicans are standing on political ceremony and the Democrats are standing on their platform ceremony. So nobody's looking out for what's best for the American people. The other thing is, every time we get these, holy shit, the sky is falling, there's going to be riots and all of this, the only thing that makes me skeptical that there will be food riots is that every time the media tries to scare the shit out of us on some Trump stuff, it ends up not happening. It ends up not being the case. So I've got my fingers crossed for that. Somebody says, imagine getting mad over not getting free stuff anymore. I mean, I can believe it. Imagine getting mad that you hate a guy so much that him going to jail wasn't enough for you. You don't like that he's smiling when he gets out. I mean, if you can imagine, doesn't that sound really stupid and really retarded? All right, now people getting mad that they don't get free food. That's a couple levels up. Monty Montgomery with a very important question to start us off today. $2 from Monty. Says sausage or bacon breakfast pizza at Casey's. Sausage. I'm sorry if that I know that's a controversial take. If people know Casey's Pizza, sausage or bacon is a very divisive. I mean, homes break up over that discussion. But so I'm going to plant my flag in sausage ground and hope that you follow me. Here's the part that's really not going to help my reputation. I like the gravy sauce more than I like the cheese sauce. Sorry. Chevrolet JB said, and by the way, I want to apologize in advance today. I may have to take a break. I thought my voice was okay. As you can hear, it's clearly not. I'm not used to doing shows anymore, and my vocal cords are going awry on me. I may have to go grab a packet of lozenges during the show today. I should have grabbed them before the show. I apologize that I didn't. But I thought my voice was going to be all right. Let's catch up with you guys a little bit here, and then we will jump into some things today. I want to talk about I had my probation orientation yesterday. I want to talk to you guys about that. I learned, no, not joking. This is not me being facetious. I learned a lot. It's this Zoom call that you go into with 4 or 5 other people, and they just kind of let you know what the process is. I learned a lot of interesting things, not only about my probation, but probation and how it works in Minnesota in general. Chevrolet JB says, I live in Rocks and Cows. Won't be any riots out here. Not the way the farmers are talking. The farmers are pissed. Trump was blaming beef farmers in the United States for why beef prices are so high. That's something you got to remember about Trump. Even if you think he's on your side, even if you think he loves you and he cares about you, he will blame you before he blames himself. So a lot of beef farmers kind of consider themselves Trump people, and this USDA stuff and all that is kind of, it's driving a wedge between the two of them. Cocktiff says, you gay lefties all get what you deserve. Burn your towns down. I mean, say please. Coltrane says, fuck them, let them riot, burn the cities down. I'll just shop my small town places. Packerbacker says, Democrats have voted 13 times now against opening the government. They're pushing so hard to get health care for illegals. That's what they won't tell the sheep. There are also some Obamacare, what do you call them? Not stimulus, subsidies. There's some Obamacare tax credits and some Obamacare things that kind of try to suppress the prices of Obamacare. A lot of those are going away next year, and it's going to cause our health insurance premiums to go up. So they're trying to keep those subsidies in place, whereas the Republicans are trying to get rid of them. I don't respect Republicans for doing that. And the only reason I don't respect them for doing that is because they won't cut the fucking military. You think we waste money on healthcare? I mean, at least there's a tax mechanism to pay for Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And sure, we run a little bit of a deficit on that every year, and that does need to be figured out. I think if you just raise the cap on the payroll tax, I think you would solve the problem. I mean, right now it's what, $150,000 a year, and then after that you don't get taxed anymore on the payroll tax. Well, rich people take in Social Security. Rich people use Medicare and Medicaid. They can pay a little more for it. I think that would solve the problem. But anyway, I'm getting off topic here. The Democrats are trying to keep those subsidies that artificially keep premiums low for poor and working people. And the Republicans want to get rid of it because, hey, we've got a deficit. We've got a national debt of $37 trillion. Let me ask you guys a question, and this is where I'm just so not a Republican. Why is it when it's time to tighten our belts, it's always poor and working people who have to pick up the tab? And why is it whenever we need to rescue something or save the economy, rich people get a wheelbarrow full of fucking money dropped off at their door by the government? And why do we keep voting for these fucking pieces of shit who keep bending us over that way? Like, why working people think Republicans are on their side has always kind of vexed me a little bit. I understand voting for them over Democrats. I understand choosing the lesser of two evils. I get that. But rooting for the Republicans like they're rooting for you is insanity, because these people are the business class. They will take your money and give it to a fucking rich guy in a heartbeat. And like, that doesn't forgive the Democrats for their numerous sins. I mean, the Democrats just walk around picking their nose and your nose all day. But like, the Republicans talk a good game when it comes to being fiscally responsible. But when Raytheon needs money, they can always find more. When Israel needs money, they can always find more. But, you know, when it comes to health care for poor people in this country, oh, well, you know, come on, guys, we got to be responsible. Look, I hear that message. And if it was applied evenly, I would totally agree with it. But if we need to cut spending, which we do, and you don't start with, not only do you not start with the military, but you won't cut any of the fucking military. Why do we need an air base in Italy? We don't. We don't need air bases in Italy. We don't need bases in the Middle East. We need to get rid of those. They cause us nothing but trouble. We could slash the hell out of our spending if we started with the military. My problem with the Republicans is not that they want to cut spending. It's where they want to cut it first. It's always poor people first. And meanwhile, they will safeguard every dollar rich people make. If we hit another economic downturn, please believe they're going to get a bailout. That's just the way they operate. Who bailed out the banks? Republicans. Republicans were in charge when we bailed out the banks for making risky loans. So I hope it ends. I hope the government shutdown ends. I just don't want to see it hit poor and working class people, and then rich people just get off scot-free like they fucking always do. It's really upsetting. And, you know, that's where a weak Democratic Party doesn't help us, because I think this country worked best kind of in the Reagan, Tip O'Neill, Bill Clinton, Newt Gingrich days, where it was Democrats looked out for the working class and the poor, and Republicans were, I think Bill Maher said it best when he said Republicans were supposed to be daddy who stopped mommy, the Democrats, from spending all the money. That was supposed to be it, but somewhere along the line, left became right, right became left, up became down. Everybody started advocating against their own principles as long as they could grab a couple of votes and a few donos. Speaking of donos, 145 is our number this morning. Thank you. I am going to have to take a break on you guys in a little bit and grab myself a little throat lozenge, if you will. Trucker 18 Wheeler says there's a difference between Republicans and conservatives. Republicans are not and never were conservatives. Coltrane says the risky loans was Clinton-era policy. Oh, my man, the risky loans and the credit default swaps and all of that stuff, that was happening during the entire Bush administration. Nobody did anything to stop it. The repeal of Glass-Steagall happened during the Clinton administration, but that was something Clinton did to compromise with the Republicans. Let's be very clear about who wanted Glass-Steagall repealed. Republicans did, because they wanted their criminal hedge fund business asshole buddies to be able to take your money and gamble with it. Before Glass-Steagall, you had to keep customer deposits separate from hedge fund investments. So if you wanted to make risky bets and risky investments, you couldn't take your clients' deposits and use it. You had to use your own profits, and you had to invest money that way. That was what kept the demons at bay. Not the goodness of their heart, not the honor system. It was going, hey, asshole, you want to play casino games in Wall Street? You got to use your own money. And the minute they stopped making them use their own money is the minute it all went insane. And what sucks about it is, at first, it's really good for the market. This is why we got to be careful about this, the Dow and the stock market that we're seeing right now, because it's not based on anything. All of the metrics show that we're heading for a slowdown, but the market just keeps plugging along. Like if the Fed today announces a 0.25% rate cut, you can bet the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ, they're going to go through the roof. They're going to love that move. Even though the the fundamentals of the economy are shaky, to say the least. So the repeal of Glass-Steagall was a Republican idea. So you guys, don't get it in your head that these Republicans are your buddies and they give a shit about you. They're the same evil white-collar financial criminals they've fucking always been. All right? It's just that the Democrats have gotten so much worse. The saddest part is we need a Democratic Party. There is a place and a position for it. They've just abandoned their post. Somebody too says now they just get pissy when one spends more than the other. Bingo. I don't respect these Republicans who go, yeah, these poor people, their fucking insurance premiums need to go up in the name of balancing the budget. I am okay with that as long as that knife cuts both ways. But for these Republican business criminals, it doesn't. They go, hey, you know, they have this thing where they get you people to blame poor people who, by the way, economically are a lot closer to where you are than where their business buddies are. You ain't nowhere near a hedge fund manager. You're a lot closer to one of these people losing their EBT than you are any one of these business assholes that these guys deal with, myself included. I'm a lot closer to someone on EBT than I am someone running a hedge fund. I should be empathizing with them more. But this idea, you know, if the Republicans were saying, okay, this shit's across the board, tax breaks for hedge funds, tax breaks for billionaires, it's all got to go. We're spending way too much money in the tax code. Remember that the complaint about 90% taxes on any money over, like, I think if you adjusted it for inflation would be $3 million a year. Remember the big gripe about that was, well, yeah, but there's so many tax loopholes that nobody ever actually paid that tax. That's not technically true. People had to spend a fuckload of money so they get under that number. But anyway, this idea that, well, we had too many tax loopholes, so in exchange for the 90% tax rate, we had more tax loopholes. That's not true. We still have a shitload of tax loopholes, and we've slashed the fuck out of taxes the last 40 years. That's why our deficits are so out of control. We didn't fix spending, and we cut the shit out of taxes. Now, look, I love cutting the shit out of taxes. I think it's great. Let's do it more. But let's cut some spending. And when you have Democrats say, hey, poor people, we're going to have to get this, spending under control, so you got to pay more for your health insurance. And then Raytheon, Boeing, all these other places just keep getting the same paydays. They keep getting the same Christmas bonuses. It literally looks like Ebenezer Scrooge going around with the ghost of Christmas future. And you got the poor kids looking into the steamy window at the people having a giant Christmas feast. So don't kid yourself. You can make fun of the Democrats all you want, but don't act like these Republican business criminals are your pals. They're not. Phantom X says, echoing Tucker, I think he says trucker. I think he means Tucker. Don't confuse liberals and leftists. Leftists are the violent psychopaths, and liberals are the ones that fall for the leftist lies and allow their violence. That sounds like Ben Shapiro threading the Jew needle talk. All politics is a gradient, you know? There's no like, this guy's this guy's that. It's all kind of on, well, as they call it, a spectrum. Coltrane says, interesting that all the richest counties in the country voted blue. Evil, rich GOP. I'm not talking about the voters. No voter that identifies as Republican is in the club, okay? George Carlin had that pretty right. I'm talking about the people who run the agenda for the party. Chevrolet JB says, my insurance premiums have been going up since Obamacare. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I agree. Bring back Glass-Steagall. Jamie Dimon needs to protect my precious. It's not what Glass-Steagall is, but I understand. Fauci's Pangolin says, we need kids being diddled. What the fuck? What? No, that is not what I'm saying at all. That's not at all. That's not, I think you completely missed what I was trying to say. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get going for today. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99. Where were you last week? Oh, wait. Also, I forgot April was that terrible. Well, A lot of people have been complaining about the April shows that we put up. In fairness, 2 people yesterday did say nice things about the previous shows that I had put up. But yeah, the overwhelming sentiment was that it was shit. That is true. But no, I was in jail last week. I can't believe you didn't. I can't believe you didn't know that. I can't believe you didn't get the memo. One guy, and I am really sorry about my voice. We'll address that at some point here. One guy was really mad. He had to write a big long message. Imagine being this upset about Steel Toe playing basketball in jail. This is a problem with society in general, especially the online society. The inability to appreciate what they have and having to look at what other people have. And even if it's worse than what you have, you still have to get mad at it. It's a mental illness. It's not good for us. I pray for these kind of people. But this guy incognito is, I seem to have broken his brain. He did not like it. He says, I also haven't watched much Aaron this week. Now remember, I've had 2 morning shows. And this guy says, I haven't watched much this week. Every time someone says, I hate Aaron, I haven't watched him much this week, they're about to quote shit I've been saying this week that they would only be able to see on the show. This week, just know he said he was Larry Bird, famous radio man, and cribbage champion. He's mad at the stories I told about my jail stay. Now, first of all, they called me Larry Bird. I took it as kind of an insult. I thought it was like a low-key white slander, kind of, because I was a white guy doing a layup. I took Larry Bird as like some white boy shit. Famous radio man. I talked about how embarrassed I was that Belusier noticed me while he was working at the jail and said, hey, love the show. And I was like, I believe what I said was, anywhere but jail. Anywhere but jail. And cribbage champion. Now, buddy, my friend, first of all, I was in jail. You take the win. Second of all, I pointed out how I taught a bunch of people how to play cribbage, and they kicked the shit out of me. That I should have never taught them because I kept getting beat. As a diehard basketball fan, that is the story that stinks to the high heavens with me. You would have to be 50 plus to use a Larry Bird reference nowadays. No, you wouldn't. Fans of basketball know who Larry Bird is. I don't have to be 80 years old to use an Otto Graham reference. I'm a football fan. Everybody knows who Larry Bird is. Larry Bird was not a famous basketball player during my lifetime as a basketball fan. Larry Bird was before my time. Larry Bird's a very common reference. People would say Luka Doncic. No, they, or Nikola Jokic. No, they wouldn't. I'm not Eastern European. Same reason they wouldn't say Vlade Divac. We were talking about Wally Zerbiak. We were talking about Larry Bird, Peja Stojakovic. Those were the names. So they were mad that I was Larry Bird. Then there was, you know what? I am going backwards. First, there's a guy named KLL. KLL goes, I can't watch any Aaron-related clips this past week. Seeing someone who was just released from jail being as smug as he is, Lord, see, I was right. I told you. The reason they're mad is not because I went to jail or anything like that. It's because I didn't come back with a teardrop tattoo, a grill, and crying my eyeballs out. That's what I told you that's what they would be upset about. It's like, again, it's like they're my little marionette puppets. Seeing someone who was just being released from jail as smug as he is, Lord, I didn't expect anything whatsoever, and differently if I did. But just to know none of this impacted him on the surface. So, again, none of this impacts your life. None of this should upset you. But you're mad that... And by the way, I don't believe I said I wasn't impacted. I think if you watch this show, you know I said I was impacted very deeply by just my 1 week experience. It changed a lot of how I look at things and see things, especially in our criminal justice system, which is a joke. But I told you, I go, these people are going to be mad because they wanted reality to be a certain way. It didn't pan out. So for some reason, they have to get mad at me. So this incognito guy goes, now this is the cope. The cope is how they want it to be. So they just pretend it is. Incognito goes, I'd beg to differ. And by the way, these guys are talking to each other online. Their whole life is, how is Aaron reacting to this? I'd beg to differ. It impacted him so greatly that he had to create multiple new characters just to cope with it. Now, this is what we call projection. Most of these people, and I don't say this with any sort of glee, are disabled or mentally ill. And I think they do that a lot in their own life. Well, I mean, I think they create the incognito character because they don't like who they are. So they literally go online, create avatars and fake people, and spend all day talking about the bad toe man. So a lot of this is just cope. I'm supposed to be worse than they are. I'm not. So they got to throw their own mindset into what I'm doing. It's actually, when you think about it for too long, it's tragic. Because the true story of him staying locked in a cell 23 hours a day, crying and sleeping, isn't as entertaining. So he made up multiple personalities like a true psychopath. Buddy, who are we talking about? Me or you? Where did I touch you? Just to avoid saying it wasn't awesome in there and I tried to sleep my days away. I didn't. You can't sleep your days away in there. There's just too much shit to do. And by the way, that's by design. I mean, that is the psychological community's impact on our jail system. They said long ago, you can't lock these guys down for 23 hours a day. They have to have something to do. You have to keep these people's brain occupied. Otherwise, it could start trouble. That's how you get fights and things like that. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. So I would say that the reason I had so much to do is because that they don't want you going through that. Also, if you're a fucking murderer, you're not locked down 23 hours a day. Let's be very clear about where I was. I was in a wing of the jail for like the lowest level offenders. You know, I was not in a particularly secure area. There was usually one CO in the day room. That was it, you know. Go off, you play basketball. They got to go to like a computer lab and play computer games. I didn't know that's what it was. They called it education. And I'm like, that sounds boring. I'm not going to go. 4 days I skipped education because I thought it was some dumb class thing. Turns out it was going watching movies and playing more video games. Fuck. I missed out on that one. But the need that people like Incognito have to say, no, he had to be locked down a long time. It had to be terrible. Again, take the win. I was in jail. You should not be more upset than I am. Truth Gun Jesus Freedom says that does sound boring, Steele. Like I said, as much fun as I made out of the time I had, like I've said numerous times, I would much rather, and so would you, I would rather be bored on my own couch than having a good time while in the county jail. 1,000%. I just really had to, I had to read those because I laughed my fucking balls off when I read that. And I thought you might have some fun with it too. Zen Man with $1 says, what's this about Glass Smeagol Gold Bagel? Until Valhalla, brother. Indeed.
Just how retarded.
Oh, not that one.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
Not that one.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
199 from Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, I forgot how much I missed April, just saying. Everybody's allowed their opinion. $5 from Hunter says, bruising your tonsils on your week off was not a smart business move. Had to know that was coming. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, I don't even like basketball, and I know who Larry Bird is. Redbird with $1 says, why are these people so upset? You have a proven track record of fucking up at the last possible second. There will be plenty of opportunities to point and laugh. It's almost like their hatred of me isn't about me at all. It's about something that's wrong with them deep inside. And this is all a projection on their part. Just a little theory I'm working with. Mussolini Diff with $2 says Corey Adam, Oz, and Matt are characters Aaron made. Yeah, right. Wait until they get to that one. Corey Adam, Oz, and Matt were never real. They were just people I created. They were multiple personalities. I like that one. Yeah, MS says, I love that name, MS, says, I'd rather be bored on my couch than in jail. Who wouldn't? That's kind of what my position has been during this whole thing, is why wouldn't you rather be like on your couch bored than in jail? But I guess it's I guess it's some kind of, I guess I owned everybody by having to play basketball in jail. They're treating like it's some big own. Guys, I was still in jail. I don't recommend it. I did have I'm going to do this, and then I'll probably go get some lozenges, because I am seeing quite a few people in the chat saying, bro, do something about your voice. I don't want to make people uncomfortable by me talking. Why start now? It's been 20 years of, I get it. So I had my probation orientation yesterday. And this was actually a really eye-opening thing. It was really fascinating. What it is it's a Zoom call with your probation person and 4 or 5 other people that are under her jurisdiction, for lack of a better word. And they basically just, on this Zoom call, they show you some documents. They tell you what the process of the whole program is and everything else. I actually learned a lot. So it turns out, unless you're like a felony guy, that if you follow the directives of the program and you respect the program and you do everything they asked you to do, they try to get you out of there as soon as possible. It makes sense. Stearns County is a little bit bigger than the small counties that surround it, so they probably have a heavier caseload. So what they try to do, that's why when I was sentenced, I thought it was weird. I said, why did they say up to 2 years probation? Well, I found out yesterday that if you're a misdemeanor person, the 2 years is kind of a guideline. And if you're fucking up and you're struggling with it and you're not doing your programs and shit like that, they'll keep you for the 2 years. Their goal, and you know me, I'm all about goals, is to get you out of there by 1 year. So like they said, if you have 2 years and you and I are checking in regularly and we're doing well and everything's going well, we will dismiss you from the program in 1 year. And then after 1 year after you're dismissed from the probation program, you can file to have your charge removed if it's a misdemeanor. So basically, 1 year probation, behave yourself, prove you can do it. And Todd told me this. My attorney told me this during the process too, but I didn't believe him. They'll dismiss it. They'll get people off of there, especially that's because mostly what it is so I did that pre-sentence investigation and they found that I was the lowest risk. And so I'm in there with DUIs, and what they want to do with the DUIs and the other misdemeanors is they want to get them off the books. They want to lighten the caseload, because this lady's got 5 people on this Zoom orientation call in one day. Imagine how many people she's going to have today and tomorrow and the next day. And it's, she's probably got a full boat. So in the pool of people I'm in, I check in once every 5 months. It's a phone call. Do you still live here? Is this still your name? Are you behaving yourself? Okay, good. I'm sure in my next call it will be, have you done this program thing? And I'll say yes. And then they'll say, okay, good. And then 5 months later, you'll talk to them again. And the goal by the end of that second 5 months is to dismiss you from the program, say, get the fuck out of here, go be a productive citizen. And then they told me that a year after that, you can file to have the whole thing wiped off the record. So that was very interesting. There are still a few questions I need answered, and I did email her about those, just like how it works and where I go find certain resources. But this idea that you go, because I think all of us have this idea that you go face to face, meet with your probation officer and all that stuff. I was told by my probation officer yesterday, this might be the last time you ever actually see her face. Because after that, it's a phone call check-in, or if you want to, you can opt for a Zoom check-in. I don't really know why I'll need any FaceTime, but we'll see. So that was really interesting. I also found out, because she went through all the different levels, misdemeanor, felony, what it all means. I found out because she talked about, there was a section about drugs and alcohol. And I'm glad I didn't tune out. I listened to it. So with drugs and alcohol in Minnesota, being a very liberal state, we're big on forgiveness when it comes to addiction. So alcohol, more drugs than alcohol. If you have a felony conviction, especially a first-time felony conviction, that is drug or alcohol related, they will always expunge the charge once you're done. So Minnesota doesn't want this thing where some other states have, where they have a bunch of junkies with felony records basically bogging down their economy, not being able to rent, not being able to get jobs. They want to get that shit off the books so that they can, make basically clean up the record, make the stats look better. So basically, if you, I guess not weed anymore, heroin, fentanyl, meth, coke, crack, all that stuff, you get busted for any of that stuff, all you got to do is they won't throw you in jail. You walk the straight and narrow for 5 to 10 years, and they'll take the whole thing off your record. Now, they did say if you fuck up multiple times with drugs in Minnesota, there's only so many times they can help you. So I did learn a lot. A lot of people like to make fun of Minnesota and say it's this liberal, progressive system that, is very lenient on people. I got to confirm that through my orientation yesterday. Even in my case, I will admit this to you, Minnesota is very soft on crime. We are, after going through that orientation and the whole system, I will admit, even when it kind of, works out in your favor, it's good to admit when reality is reality. And Minnesota's pretty soft on crime, I would say. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I hear Benton County Jail has more free time and they get a lot of privileges compared to Stearns County Jail. Now, see, that's interesting you say that. I heard different. I obviously was in there with people who had been to both Benton County and Stearns County. I'd also been in there with a few people who were in Crow Wing County, which is up near Brainerd. I heard that Benton County does not have the amenities that Stearns has, that their vending machines are much more expensive, that they're, which is crazy because a soda in the day room at Stearns County Jail is like $2.95. I mean, I don't know if they're charging $5 a pop in Benton County or what, but I heard you're the first person I've heard from who's told me that Benton County Jail is more loosey-goosey than Stearns. MN Vikings with $4.99 says, been in Stearns County, could be worse, but definitely other things I'd rather be doing with my time. Had a crabby black guy as my cellie. That was another phrase I couldn't get used to, was cellie. I kept saying cellmate, and all these other guys said cellie. Just seemed like such a baby talk word to me. But I only had 2 in my time in there. 3 of my, what I spent 5 or 6 nights in there. 3 of my 6 nights I had no cellie, as it were. The only 2 guys I had as cellies were both DUIs. One was a weekender, and one was a guy who got picked up that night. The day I left, at like 12:30 in the morning, they brought another DUI guy in, but I was asleep, so I didn't really talk to the guy or see the guy, and I was so fucking excited to get out. But yes, those were my 2/3 cellies. $1 from 191 Redbird says it would definitely be nice to have a few of the old co-hosts in rotation, but hey, we got 2 years of April, so everyone loses. I did hear from Oz yesterday. Oz did say he wants to do a show. I can't wait. I would love for Oz to do Wednesdays. Straight up, if Oz is bored and he wants to do Wednesdays, let's bring Oz back for Wednesdays. I would love to. Golden Herpes says also lube is like $10 for a 1 ounce packet. You know, I hadn't brought that up, Golden Herpes, but you're right. Lube prices are out of this world in the jail system. I think it's what prevents all the sodomy. I think it's by design. I think what prevents all the sodomy is the out of control, and I will say myself, outrageous pricing on lube. Fauci's Pangolin says, so I have a clean drug record. You're saying I can do some? I'll be right back. No, I really wouldn't recommend it because you gotta, I mean, it sounds like it's shit. It's a shitty thing to go through, but your first time, once you're done, it's done. They don't really have to do that for misdemeanors because once you're out of probation for a year, you can file to have the charges wiped clean from your record. And from what I've heard from attorneys is if you hire a good lawyer and have them write the letter, and you behave yourself, it's a good chance that it'll go. In fact, my attorney told me, he said, I have a form letter. Actually, I think he said it's part of his service, so I probably will be hearing from him in about 2 years. He said basically what he does is he has a form letter, he emails it to you, and he says, here's how you file this, send this in, this, if you were good and your nose was clean, this will work. Here you go. So I guess I'm not totally done with him quite yet. 130 is the number for today. If you're wondering what the goal is, the number is 130. Chrissy with $5 over on PayPal says, have a great show. So far, so good, Chrissy. So thank you very, very much. Chips and Dip with a great point. He says, or hear me out, just be good before you go to jail. Yeah, that's probably... I would say that's probably a good policy, is to just be good before you go to jail. You know, some people get it. Some people learn the hard way. Those poor unfortunates. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Heading up to 600 at the moment. Keep going, guys. We're only 45 minutes in. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. It's very good for the algorithm. Spread the word. Bring us some new fans. We love new blood on the toe. Also, what I'd like some help with is pumping up those membership numbers. We had record memberships before I went away, and then we had a week of expirations, which is no good. Are we on Dong Watch yet? Does King Kong Dong still have his YouTube membership? Because if not, we have to go on Dong Watch. Gift some memberships, gift some subscriptions, whether it's Rumble or YouTube or Kick, or I guess Twitter and Facebook don't have them, but go ahead and get to gifting. We appreciate it. Matt Poster sending me a text. Hey, Aaron, did you see that Chris Jericho is re-signed to WWE and is having a retirement tour and a Hall of Fame induction and is expected to be John Cena's final opponent? If you were watching last night's show, Sane Caesar would not stop writing into the show about how Chris Jericho is re-signed with WWE. So finally, I got tired of ignoring it and him continuing to post it, so I read it. And then, of course, everyone else in the chat, Hobo and all those, they all got to copy and paste it. Thank you so much. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says that's what Stearns County Jail does not send inmates to Benton County Jail. Benton County Jail lets inmates call people they are not allowed to talk to. Really? Really? So they are a little more loosey-goosey when it comes to Benton County. That's interesting. I did not hear that on the inside. On the inside. I didn't hear that from my inside sources, that Benton County was more loosey-goosey than Stearns. What I heard from the inmates I talked to was that Benton was shittier than Stearns County. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I still think Gunther is Cena's final match. Some people have said Dominic Mysterio. Some people have said he's going to put Dirty Dom over on his way out. Chevrolet JB says, I really shouldn't be surprised. Aaron flip-flops on everything. How about that? How about that? Cockdiff, I will say this another time. I know this is becoming our fun back and forth bit. If you send me the email, I will send you a hoodie, buddy. Even though you probably never won one, if you send me the email, I will send you a hoodie. I promise. Cocktiff, please write in the chat that you're acknowledging you heard me say that for the 50th time. Please and thank you. By the way, that's another misnomer. They were like, how are the flip-flops in jail? It's not flip-flops. It's Crocs. You wear orange Crocs. By the way, I don't look terrible in orange. I thought I'd look way worse in orange. All the boys said I was a sex symbol in there, and I just assume it's because of the way the orange works with my eyes. It would explain all the forced sodomy. And I would tell them, and it made them laugh mid-stroke every time. I'd say, "Saw to me, saw to you." You guys ever sit on a donut? Strangest feeling, but you get used to it. All right, let's get into some shit today, shall we? Enough about jail and shutdowns and starving poor people and all of that stuff. You guys just knock out that 130 that we've got going on today. I'll be happy, and I'll take care of the rest. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's pump up the Al Gore rhythm, and let's get this thing moving. I love Jerry Shepardini. I'll always read his stuff. He says orange is definitely in your color wheel. Yeah. I had to go to the inside to learn fashion sense. LaFauci's Pangolin says orange is the new Larry Jailbird. Yes, my new nickname, Larry Jailbird. Larry Jailbird. Do you get it? Do you get the joke? Do you understand? Cocktiff says, old VIPs go fuck yourselves, apparently. Cocktiff, you have this habit of not hearing that I just told you to email me at aaronimholtradio@gmail.com and tell me your size and give me your address, and I will gladly send you the hoodie that you never won. Acknowledge your tribal chief. Acknowledge your tribal chief. Cocktiff. Bigot on socialist media says, I'm a VIP and I wouldn't moan in chat if I had a problem. He's having fun. Cocktiff is just having a good time. Pray by 12 says, how do you play basketball with Crocs? Well, if everybody's wearing Crocs, it's not so bad. Like, everybody gets the same footwear. Look, none of us were fresh off the varsity team, okay? We were all guys at the youngest, probably late 20s to our late 30s. I was probably the oldest guy on the court. So if everybody's playing in Crocs and nobody was, on the dream team the year before, I think we managed. So there's a lot. Speaking of basketball, the government is really, it sounds like they're going to start really digging into this NBA gambling issue, this Chauncey Billups thing. I don't know if it's going to happen because some of you might remember, if you're a sports fan, the Tim Donaghy scandal. Tim Donaghy was a referee who was caught betting on games, and he was working loosely with the mob, kind of like, not quite as big as the Chauncey Billups thing or the Damon Jones thing. Not that we'd know, because Tim Donaghy even said, he goes, I gave him multiple names. I told him who else was involved in all this, the refereeing betting scandal, and the government didn't investigate. The NBA didn't investigate. Basically, they used Donaghy as a scapegoat and moved on from it. I think that that's what's going to happen with this Chauncey Billups thing. I don't think the government wants to wreck the NBA. I don't think the government wants to cross the mafia. The only time the government has ever crossed the mafia is when there was something in it for them and their business buddies. When bigger criminals needed to take over. That's when they would go after the mob. Otherwise, they kind of try to stay separate from each other. That's why you don't hear much about La Cosa Nostra anymore. They just they're allowed to operate. They did a little hedge trimming, the government did back in the 90s, and then kind of went back to letting them scrape out a living. I don't think they're going to dig deeper into the NBA, and the reason being, I don't think they want to find what they know they're going to find. They're going to find that LeBron James or his business associates are involved because there's a guy that LeBron runs a company with. And he is a degenerate gambler. Some of you might know the guy's name. I forget it. We'll Google it in a second here. But if you Google LeBron James business partner, you'll find the guy. He helps LeBron run a couple of companies. And this guy gambles a lot, and he's big into the sports betting. And you can bet that if LeBron James isn't directly involved in this, that LeBron James has dirty hands at the very least by association. I don't think the NBA wants this to become their steroid scandal. I don't think the NBA wants this to become McGuire and Sosa in 1998. So I think the NBA is going to try and move on from this really quick. In a weird way, it helps that this happened during tip-off weekend, the start of the season, because the NBA can just kind of pivot to that and, hey, look at, aren't you glad basketball's back? And basketball is kind of on an upswing lately. The problem you're going to have with this stuff is that you've basically legalized sports betting and you've glorified sports betting. I mean, it's in the goddamn commercials and the live reads. It's on the court. Like, literally, the logos and the websites are on the court. DraftKings, all of this shit, ESPN Sportsbook, all of the, Caesars Sportsbook, MGM Sportsbook, all of this online gambling stuff is plastered all over these sports. You don't think there's a cozy relationship there, and that some of these basketball players are degenerate gamblers who get in heavy with a bookie or the mob, and then the way they can pay them back is by throwing some games? 100%. So the NBA doesn't want to dig into this, not because they're worried about what they'll find. They know what they're going to find, and they'd really rather not. You cannot legalize gambling. This is why libertarians can be so frustrating sometimes. Because libertarians will say, well, theoretically, all of this stuff should be allowed. Sure. And if men were angels, there would be no need for government. But we're not. We're scoundrels. And legal isn't good enough for a lot of people. Legal just gets their foot in the door and allows them to gamble. How do we get? Gambling is all about getting an edge, getting inside information, getting inside access, ask anyone who places large amounts of money on athletics and ask them if they were allowed to get an advantage to help out their betting situation, would they take it? 100% they would. Now you take millionaires and billionaires and mafia guys, you get them all together. They're going to press any advantage that they have, and a lot of times that's going to be vulnerable, compromised players with heavy gambling debts and getting them to throw games or at least point shave. So I don't think, will there be a big federal gambling investigation? Maybe. But I think they're going to stop short of all the real problems. I think they're going to stop short of all the big PR disasters because, it doesn't serve anyone. It really doesn't. It doesn't benefit the government to injure basketball. It doesn't help the NBA to find out that some of their biggest stars have been wrecking the sanctity of the game, if you will, or the honesty of the game. Imagine how insufferable all these anti-sports people are going to be when they're like, see, I told you it was all rigged. I told you it was all fixed for betting. Nobody wants to hear from those guys. And I don't think the NBA or the federal government really wants to dig into La Cosa Nostra very much. So I think they're going to stop short of whatever this is. I think, Chauncey Billups is a big enough fish. Damon Jones is a pretty big fish. They might find something on this business partner of LeBron. But according to mandatory.com today, LeBron James has been linked to the NBA's federal gambling investigation. This comes after former Cleveland Cavaliers teammate Damon Jones was accused of sharing confidential information about James' game status for profit. While Jones has been arrested, new details have emerged about those involved and the evidence from a leaked message. So this Damon Jones, he's not saying that LeBron knowingly helped out, but what Damon Jones would do is he would give these mafia guys insider information about a prime LeBron James injuries and whether or not he might play in that next game, and those guys would use that to place their bets. Was LeBron directly involved? I would hope even if he is a gambler, which I don't know if he is, I would hope he's smart enough to use intermediaries. Like the superstar of baseball right now, Shohei Ohtani, degenerate gambler, bets on baseball. Shohei Ohtani probably did way worse than Pete Rose ever did, because Pete Rose, when he admitted he gambled, said, I always bet on myself. He said, when I was a player and I was a manager, I always bet that I was going to win. You know, Pete Rose was a competitor. He's like, yeah, I bet on baseball, but I never threw games. I never shaved points. I always bet on myself to win, which is actually, in a way, kind of honorable. But I don't think you're going to, like, Shohei Ohtani has 100% been betting on baseball, but he's great for the game. He's awesome for marketing. He's been incredible for this World Series. Shohei Ohtani and Vlad Guerrero Jr. going at it in the World Series. Huge for baseball. It's been a successful playoffs, and I think the World Series is evened up at 2-2. You know, you put the Blue Jays in a World Series, and you get a classic every single time. But Shohei Ohtani used a bag man. Shohei Ohtani used a rat hole. He had a personal trainer or a physical therapist or whatever it was with duffel bags full of cash like you see in the movies, and he'd be making these giant bets on games. Now, you have Shohei Ohtani, hundreds of millions of dollars in a guaranteed contract, and you have his physical therapist, his PT guy, and he's walking around with bags of cash placing bets, and we don't think he's placing those bets in Shohei Ohtani's name? No, but Major League Baseball knew that, but they didn't want to know that. They could have figured it out. They could have connected the dots. They chose not to connect the dots because they're like, God damn it. It's taken us 25 years. We've gotten out of the steroid era. We've cleaned up the sports name. We got Ohtani. We got Aaron Judge. We got Vlad Guerrero Jr. We got a whole new generation of superstars. They're captivating. They're interesting. And arguably the biggest of these is Shohei Ohtani, the modern day Babe Ruth. He does it all. He hits home runs. He pitches. He does the whole thing. They don't want to bring this guy down. They don't. I mean, if you brought down a past his prime Mark McGwire and you brought down a shot Sammy Sosa, that's one thing. All right. You bring down the guy who might literally be the face of baseball in a degenerate gambling scandal that makes Pete Rose look like Mother Teresa. You got yourself a problem. So I don't think the NBA is going to dig too far. I don't think the federal investigation is going to dig too far. I think they've got big enough trophies already, and they're not going to rock the boat on any of this shit. I really don't think so. McBuster says Pete is great and all, but for that 12-year-old girl incident, what? Whoa. There's a... I mean, I'm pretty up on all the Pete Rose stuff. I didn't know about a 12-year-old girl incident. Please, enlighten me. McBuster says most libertarians are simply liberals that want no consequences for their actions. You know, libertarians have been called a lot of things. Conservatives with weed is the big thing I've always heard. QAnonymous says legalize gambling. Who cares if players throw games? It's a fucking game that means nothing. I don't know. Call me a simp. Call me, simple-minded, whatever. I don't want the games I'm watching to be rigged. I want something in this life to be real. Hostile Soldier says, excuse me, Aaron, but Mr. Met is the face of baseball. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's my fault. I said Shohei Ohtani. I forgot about Mr. Met. Jerry Shepardini said, thank you, by the way, chat. I'm having to scroll up quite a bit. You guys have a lot of opinions on this gambling stuff, and I want to hear them. Thank you, Blinky Jedi. Maverick Carter, that's the guy I'm thinking of. Mav Carter. Look up Mav Carter. He's a big-time gambler. He's into a lot of gambling. He's LeBron's right-hand business partner. If Mav Carter gets picked up in any of this, that's a little too close to LeBron. Let me give you this as like the big blinking red light that I'm wrong about this and that they are going to push it. If Mav Carter ends up getting picked up, then I'm wrong and they're going to go all the way on this thing. Jerry Shepardini says there is a rumor that MJ's baseball excursion was really a gambling suspension. I believe that 100% actually, Mr. Shepardini. So Michael Jordan to this day, the phrase degenerate gambler fits him very well. He'll bet on anything. I mean, you ask, that stuff in Space Jam where he's betting on closest to the pin with Larry Bird and Bill Murray. They probably just filmed a day out on the golf course with those guys. Charles Barkley has said it too. He's watched Michael Jordan lose shitloads of money. gambling on the golf course. For some people, it's just the thing that gets their blood pressure going. And Michael Jordan was so behind on gambling debts, and Michael Jordan was gambling so much on everything. He wouldn't stop. He'd bet on, people spitting on the sidewalk. He couldn't stop himself. And the NBA finally intervened and said, look, Michael, you got to go away for a year. And we don't want to tell the public that this is a gambling suspension, but he was threatening the integrity of the game that he was building. And if you think LeBron is a big deal, or you think Ohtani's a big deal, Michael Jordan was a license to print money back in the day. Basketball had never been bigger and arguably was never bigger than in the Michael Jordan era. Nike couldn't afford to lose the money. The NBA couldn't afford to lose the money. Michael Jordan's dad was killed. Now, there is also a debate. There's also theories out there that Michael Jordan's dad was killed as some sort of a gambling hit. I don't know if that's true or not. But Michael's dad died. And the NBA decided, Michael, that now would be a good time for us to suspend you for a year for all the gambling you've been doing. I mean, the number was in the millions. He'd lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in a night on blackjack when he would go to Las Vegas. Michael plays baseball for the Birmingham Barons in the Chicago White Sox farm system. Actually gets pretty good. I think in their summer league before he went back to the NBA, he was hitting like 280, 290. He was... If they would have given him a couple of years, he might have got a cup of coffee in the major leagues. But Michael Jordan went and played baseball, and the theory behind that was we're suspending him for a year for gambling. We don't want to tell people because then the kids won't want to be like Mike. Their parents won't want their kids to be like Mike, and we will lose a metric fuck ton of money, and the game will lose a bunch of integrity. It would basically be this steroid scandal for the NBA. I agree with that 100%. Jerry Shepardini, that's the theory that I subscribe to. Jerry Shepardini also says very odd timing off a championship. Father getting randomly killed. MJ might have been one of the originals. The thing we missed out on with Michael Jordan having to serve that suspension is if you were a basketball fan in the 90s, tell me how great this would have been. The 1990 Chicago Bulls against the mid-1990s Houston Rockets. Oh, Hakeem, Vernon Maxwell, Otis Thorpe, Clyde Drexler, Kenny the Jet Smith, Sam Cassell, Robert Horry, Mario Elie. I mean, those teams were Hakeem Olajuwon, if I forgot him. I mean, those were incredible teams. It would have been a lot of fun to watch them go at it, and I really don't know who would have won. I know it would have been a 7-game series, but we didn't get that. Instead, Michael's out for a year and a half. Houston wins 2 in a row. So you had Michael and Scotty winning 3, Houston winning 2, and then Michael and Scotty winning 3 more. It would have been great to see. I don't think the Bulls would have won 8 in a row. Maybe 4 in a row, but they would not have won 8 in a row. I think Houston would have got one. That was just really too good of a team back then. Jerry Shepardini says Damon Jones' phone is probably a treasure trove. Oh, yeah. Well, his phone, I don't know if Chauncey Billups' phone would be because Chauncey is a little different than Damon Jones. And the guy from the Miami Heat who pulled himself out of games for like $200,000. Chauncey Billups' big thing was he would sit in on poker games. These were rigged poker games by the mafia. And these big fish, these really wealthy guys would come in because they'd want to sit down and play poker with Chauncey Billups, NBA Finals MVP, successful coach. They want to tell their friends that they sat down and played with Chauncey Billups. And they'd lose all their money and think nothing of it. And it was a rigged game. They never had a chance from the beginning. That was kind of Chauncey's role. King Kong Dong says Shohei Ohtani made base 9 times Monday night. Gave up 4 runs last night. He's not Superman. He's going to have some off games, especially when you're pitching to Vlad Jr. Vlad Jr., by the way, holy shit. I mean, if he keeps going the way he's going, we're going to have a very serious debate. Who was the better Vladimir Guerrero? Because his dad, if you remember his dad, it sounds like Shepardini and I are around the same age. Vladimir Guerrero was iconic. The bare hands, no gloves, fucking smacking the ball all over the place. Vladimir Guerrero was the real deal. Michael Jordan was the Hulk Hogan of basketball. 100% Fauci's pangolin. It would have destroyed basketball to call him on the gambling. But Mizzle T. Shizzle pointing out, Michael Jordan was the Michael Jordan of gambling. Yes. Jerry Shepardini says, I'm a Knicks fan, so it was glad to see him take a break in 94. We lost because of Robert Horry. Bro, throughout the 90s and 2000s, a lot of people were beaten in the finals by Robert Horry. Robert Horry made a career of going on teams, being a little role and bit player, but always finding himself in a position to hit big shots in the finals. He did it with Houston. He did it with San Antonio. He did it with Los Angeles. He just would bounce around. How many rings does Robert Horry have? I want to say he's got 7. Because I think he won with San Antonio, Houston, and LA. How many rings does Robert Horry have? Yep. Okay, he's got 7 rings. 94, 95. Those were the Rocket seasons. 2000, 2001, 2002. Those were all Rockets championships. And then 05 and 07, I think, were the Spurs. Or 05 could have been the Lakers, too. God damn, he played forever. He really did. 2 with Houston, 3 with LA, 2 with San Antonio. Yeah. 7 rings. Think about this. Robert Horry has more rings than Michael Jordan. And he was an important guy on all those teams. He wasn't what Jordan was. People are there's a couple of things on here. Who would you rather be? Robert Horry, who made $53.7 million in the NBA and has 7 rings, or James Harden, who's made $411 million in the NBA and has no rings? You know what? That's a good question. Because $53 million, let's play by lottery rules and say you keep half of half. You're talking about $13 million in the bank right now to live the rest of your life on, and you have 7 NBA championships, 7 NBA championship rings in your trophy case. Or $411 million, let's take half a half. You got $100 million in the bank, but you got no rings in your trophy case. Which one would you rather? Honestly, in the chat right now, $100 million in the bank, no NBA championships, $15 million in the bank, 7 championships, 7 rings that you can put on at any time and wear all your championship rings. Your call right now. We have Jerry Shepardini says, I'd definitely be Big Shot Rob. Jerry Shepardini said, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one there. Jerry Shepardini says the money. Rick says money. All right, so people would rather have the money. I guess I'm just too much of a sports mark. $13 million is enough money for me, and I'll take the rings. Oh, Scary Perry's energy drink. Love that name, by the way. Says, I'll take the rings. Archmagus Tim says rings are pawnable. How much are you getting for an NBA championship ring? Fauci's Pangolin says 100 million rings don't plug holes. 13 million is nothing to sneeze at. Put 10 away, let it draw 8% a year in the market. Live off the rest. No. What are you paying yourself with? Let's say out of your 15 million, you put 10 away and it draws 8% every year. So that, let's say that's your salary. All right. Times 1.08. So you're making $800,000 a year just on the returns on your $10 million in investments. And then you got another $5 million that you can just fuck around. You know what? You're right. I think I'm taking the 100 million. Can I take 50 million in 3 rings? Can I? I guess it's my game that I set up. I can make the rules if I want to. Jason Puck says, give me the check. Pray by 12 says, I want the rings. Fauci's Pangolin says, okay, the rings. McBuster says, fuck the jewelry, not gay, give me the cash. Well, it's the accomplishment, too, that you won 7. Mike Go says, money. Chips and Diff says, for 100 million, I'll buy as many rings as I want. Hostile Soldier says, use the 15 million to apprehend Maduro and collect $50 million. Conditioner on my D says, you're a dumbass. You can't invest a gaudy ring. It's the accomplishment of winning the championships. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, all the rings get me is the ability to make money talking to Aaron types at conventions and corporate events. I'll take my money and fuck around at home, nerd. Fair enough. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor also says, you needed a calculator to figure that out. You couldn't get your GED in jail, for fuck's sake. Silverwolf with $5 says, this is riveting for someone who doesn't care about N-ball. I'm actually looking forward to my conference call in 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. You know what? I'm really sorry that after 10 years of doing Steel Toe, I wanted to do a segment that was for me. I apologize. All right, do me a favor. I'll move on. You hit like, you hit subscribe, you hit follow. We got plenty of people answering this question. Why would you not take the money? All right, fine. I'm the gay one. I am definitely in the minority. Everybody wants the $100 million. Haven't you guys ever heard that money can't buy you happiness? NBA championship rings can. Fine. We'd all rather be James Harden. All right, 125 away from today's goal. Like, subscribe, follow, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Memberships are the big one. Okay, let's get into it then. Fuck basketball. Basketball's gay. Nobody likes basketball. Let's talk about the impending economic collapse and potential rate cuts. 563 people checking out the toe at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get into our usual 600s. Maybe we kiss 700 today. I'd be okay with it. Let's see what we've got. This is Sakar from Breaking Points. I think they're great for, I'm not going to say totally non-biased news, but they give you a lot of good information. We were talking the other day about how car loan delinquencies and target cutting jobs is a bad sign for the economy. When working class people can't pay their car loans, they certainly don't have enough money to buy the extras. PS5s and electronics and household goods and all these things that kind of keep the economy moving. You know, you don't have a lot of money for the extras if you can't even pay your car bill. Ask Mersh. So now we have other signs that our economy is not in good shape. You know, a lot of people, they order shit off Amazon. Amazon can be a good barometer of the economy. UPS can be a good barometer of the economy. Mail traffic, package delivery, things of that nature. Target cutting jobs, not a good thing. That's where a lot of, regular middle class people go to buy essentials. Breaking Points did a segment on this, and these job cuts should be very disconcerting.
Economy, the AI revolution in the job force continues. Let's go and put this up here on the screen. This is a tweet from Senator Bernie Sanders. Quote, stop hiring humans, a new billboard says. The era of AI employees is here. Billboards across the country promoting the replacement of millions of jobs with AI and robotics. Great idea. One simple question. How will those displaced workers survive when there are no jobs or income for them?
It's totally fine. I would like to set Bernie Sanders straight on this. I had an AI robot come to my house the other day, and he gave me a book about this, and it's called To Serve Man. And I got the book. I didn't even open it or read it, and I went, wow, thank you. That lets me know that all these AI robots are here to serve mankind. That is really great. That shows that our economy is going to be fine. Guys, I have the book. Hold on a sec. Let me go grab the book, and I'll show you that we're going to be fine. Hold on a second. This is my book. This is the book the AI robot gave me. It's called To Serve Mankind. Let me just open it up real quick here, and let me show you that we're going to be all right. It looks like quarter cup of flour, 1 strained kidney, preheat for 3. Wait a minute. This is oh my God, To Serve Mankind is a cookbook. Back to me, Jules. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Aaron, you are a stupid asshole who just ran across the room to grab a really bad dad jokes book just so you could do a ham-fisted, shitty 1960s Twilight Zone callback? And my answer to that would be yes. And your point. All right, here's something very serious, though. I need my audience to talk me off the ledge because I'm starting to get this really bad feeling that we're going to regret not listening to Bernie Sanders on some stuff. I know we're all conservatives here. We're all big right-wing white supremacists, whatever you call yourself. And I know that saying Bernie Sanders might be right about some shit is antithetical to every fiber of your being. But as I watch our economy slowly collapse, I worry if some of the guardrails that Bernie wanted to put in place, not all the shit he wanted to do, but just some of the peripheral stuff to protect us. I worry if we're not going to look back in 10, 15, 20 years and go, we could have used a little bit of Bernie, bro, in our economy. Just tell me I went to jail and I turned into Libto and I need to splash my face with water and that we're going to be fine. Because I am starting to worry that we should have Bernie-sized our economy just a little, not all the way, but just a little.
Increasingly, the question that many companies and young people are going to have to answer, let's put this up here on the screen. It backs up much of what I have been saying now, is that, quote, more big companies bet they can still grow without hiring. Quote, it is the corporate gamble.
Are we going to ignore that the guy who wrote this article has the greatest name of all time, Chip Cutter?
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Fucking Chip Cutter wrote this article. I guess if you say it was written by Chip Cutter, it loses some of its oomph. I get it.
Of the moment. Can you run a company, increase sales, and juice profits without adding people? American employers are increasingly making the calculation they can keep the size teams flat or shrink them through layoffs without harming their business. Part of that thinking is that AI will be used to pick up the slack and automate more processes. Companies are hesitant to make any moves in an economy that is still uncertain. JP Morgan's chief financial officer told investors recently the bank has now, quote, a very strong bias against having the reflective response to hire more people for any given need. Multiple other companies last week had sales.
How do we not see it coming, though, that leaning on AI in our workforce will kill our economy? Like, how have we not learned by now that these big, wealthy, business owners, board members, hedge fund managers and everything, how do they not understand after all these boom and bust periods we've went through that you need a robust middle class? You need a consumer class or nobody's going to be out there to buy your products. And if you AI the shit out of your business, who's going to be there to consume? AI doesn't need to eat Nabisco products. We don't need to be eating Nabisco products either, but you know what I mean. They don't need to consume food. They don't need to buy PlayStations. They are PlayStations. They don't need any of this stuff. So sure, I guess you can grow your business. You can use AI and you cannot hire a single person in doing that, but okay, what are the rest of us going to do? Are the rest of us going to be in AI robot sales, AI robot repairs, AI robot production? Like, is our entire economy just going to be to service the AI end of this? I'm nervous about it, and I get it. It could just be me being a buggy whip manufacturer who's worried about the automobile. We survived that, but this just seems different.
Sales rose even without adding employees. Financial services companies like Goldman Sachs said that the firm will constrain headcount growth through the end of the year and reduce roles that will be more efficient with AI. Walmart, the nation's private employer, said it would keep headcount roughly flat over the next 3 years, even as sales grow. Multiple other companies that they list now say that they will be reducing their headcount because of AI and the ROI.
Okay, but how are you going to increase sales? How do you anticipate this increase in sales if more people aren't getting jobs? If you're eliminating headcount, how do you anticipate? Like, this is the death knell. This is the problem that capitalism has. It thinks that increased sales and increased growth are just baked into the cake, that it's always going to continue on forever and ever and ever and ever, and it's never going to stop. This is what buried us in 2008. This is why the recovery was so slow. Everything's just going to keep growing and growing forever, and we can limit the involvement of human beings. Well, where's the growth going to come from if people aren't getting jobs and getting an increase in wages as inflation goes up? It doesn't make any sense. This is the stuff I worry about, that this stuff can't stand. Coltrane with $1 says, you thought that added regulations and expenses to companies wasn't going to push them to find ways to cut jobs with technology? Companies find ways to circumvent government added cost. I agree with you. I'm just saying I worry that we're cutting off one arm to spare the other. I worry that we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, hey, look, we can do it cheaper with AI. We don't need to increase our headcount. Okay, who's going to buy your products if people don't have jobs? If unemployment goes up? How's that going to help your company? Cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's short-term thinking. And I do like capitalism, but short-term thinking is kind of its weakness. It's money now, money now, money now. Pump up stock prices, pump up projections, and then don't plan for the future. Hey, let's give a shitload of loans to people with absolutely no savings, no proof of income, no proof of employment. And then we're just going to sell the mortgage anyway the minute that we write the damn thing, so it's off of our books. And then we might even buy a credit default swap on that mortgage. Hey, that sounds like a big game of musical chairs. What are you guys going to do when the music stops? Well, it's not like we're going to be left holding all these mortgage. Oh, shit. You never anticipate the music stopping. Dr. Silverwolf for $5 says, if that's the topic we're going to, I'm sorry, please go back to basketball. Well, look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I don't want to depress the shit out of people. But I think it is important for us, if we're going to talk about the news on the show, we can't just talk about the good news. And I know this is kind of a bummer for people. And I know that Vikes fan always gets on me in the comments. He says, Aaron, you're too doom and gloom. Trump has a plan. Don't worry about it. The economy's going to be fine. I'm not so sure. I wish I could have Vikes fans' confidence. I don't have his confidence. I don't like the idea that the Fed's talking about a rate cut today. It's not time for a rate cut. Inflation isn't where it needs to be. Job growth isn't where it needs to be. Prices haven't come down enough yet. I have a feeling we're going to lower this rate today, but we're going to do it politically to pump up the markets while the actual underlying concrete evidence of how the economy is doing is not so solid. I don't like it. Coltrane says big companies love big government. It helps protect them and destroy competition. Big companies love these universal basic income because people will spend and it costs the company nothing. Not good for monetary policy, though. Conditioner, by the way, you want to talk about immigration reform? You know what the best immigration reform is? A balanced budget and no debt. Guys, I was watching something on this while I was in jail. Act like you can't get educated. The reason that a lot of people want to limit deportations and a lot of the reason we want to encourage more and more immigration is that they want more laborers. They want more workers to pay into the tax system so that we can pay down this debt. It's basically to keep the Ponzi scheme going. Again, none of these Democrats and Republicans want to actually cut spending or address the problem. So it's pump in a bunch of workers who can jump right into the workforce, get them legalized, get them naturalized, get them paying taxes, and maybe we can pay off this debt. It's honestly, Churchill said, a country trying to tax itself into prosperity is a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up by the handles. So I don't know if this is going to work out the way they think it is. I think a lot of it is very short-term thinking. Very short-term thinking. Tim Finman says, we are becoming the cattle the elites have always seen the masses as. They will choose breeders and select a few smarties, and the rest will rot. I love smarties. Conditioner on my D says the government forced banks to make those loans. Stop. They did not I understand what you're saying. You're not saying literally. I'm sorry. They didn't force them to make those loans. They took away all the responsibility for the losses. The government said, hey, big banks, it really makes us politicians look good when housing prices go up and mortgages get written. That makes the economy look really, really good. So I got an idea. Why don't you guys just start making riskier and riskier loans? And in fairness to the banks, there were many bankers who warned about this. They said, no, this is a terrible idea because if we loan money to people with no proof of income or jobs, those people are going to default and we're going to be left holding the bag and it'll destroy our banking system. So the government found a way around that and they said, well, why don't we have this Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac system and we'll guarantee the mortgages? Instead of your private, because it used to be a private banker would sit down with you, look over all the information, and they would decide, should we risk our money loaning this out to you? Are we going to get a return? And if the answer was yes, look, this guy's been working at the same place for 15 years, very stable, his income seems to grow every year, he's got a great credit score, doesn't have any outstanding debt. This guy is a good bet. He's going to pay us back our money with 5 or 6% interest. We're going to make money off of this dude. And they'd loan him the money. Somebody comes in with no job or it looks like they're over leveraged. They'd go, we're not going to loan this person our money. We're not going to get our money back. It's not a good bet. It's too risky. Now, if the government comes in and says, hey, if that person with no income doesn't pay their mortgage, we'll cut you guys a check for the difference and we'll cover the damn thing because, hell, we got the deepest pockets in the world and we can cover it. And the bank said, okay, you give greedy bankers a reason not to take risk and they will not behave themselves. They'll go apeshit. And they did. People, we yell about the bailout. We should have never done the bailout. We didn't have a choice. We had to do the bailout because we guaranteed those loans. It was it was government and business working together. Joey Caravello with $5 says, what would you do if you found Johnny playing with Gordy's Pekka?
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
I think I'd have to just kill them both. I don't. Because there's a level of Gordy taking advantage of Johnny because he's relatively immobile, right? Hostile Soldier says, one wonders if is it NATO or China that decides which Western country will be in austerity? Ryan the Garbage Man says, have the tariffs started bearing fruit yet? Well, yeah, we're taking in money from the tariffs, but it has raised the cost of goods. So it's little a column A, little a column B. Conditioner on my D says they literally forced them by setting loan forecast goals based on race and income. I work in finance, you idiot. I know you work in finance, so you're going to try and take some of the blame away from the financial side. Look, these assholes were in cahoots. The government was not their big bad dad. Yeah, look, these guys working in the banking industry weren't going, oh my God, I don't want to make these loans. They said, no, write the fucking loan. We're going to sell the fucking thing by lunch tomorrow anyway. And let's just take the, what do you get, 2% on the transaction? Let's take our commission. Let's take our cut. We're going to sell the fucking thing anyway. These guys, look, let's not pretend that the banking industry was some, oh, poor me, doe-eyed victim of the government's greed. These assholes were working together. All right? The banks could have said no, and we would have had slower growth. The economy would not have grown as fast. And it would have been more boring. It would have been 2% instead of 6%, and we would have had to trudge along slowly. But like I said, and I'm a capitalist, that's kind of the poison pill of capitalism. Your eyes get bigger than your stomach, and you got to find a way to massage those numbers. And it turns out that the growth you see isn't real. Landers says, big problem is Congress controls the tariff money. Well, cut the word tariff out of there. Congress controls money. That's you're not going to get around that one. That's in that little thing. I know we don't believe in it as much as we used to, but that's in that little thing called the Constitution. Conditioner on my D says it killed their rating and cost to borrow money. You don't borrow money from the government. You can borrow money from the Federal Reserve. You can borrow money from other banks. You don't borrow money directly from the federal government. When regulators come into a bank, everything stops. You do what the government says or else. Now, I will give you that. There were edicts from the government that you had to give loans to people of a certain race, a certain income level. But don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys got a trade-off. It wasn't just the big, bad, nasty government came in and said, give this black person with no money a mortgage. What was the trade-off? Admit what the trade-off is. I mean, I'll tell everyone if you want me to. The trade-off was you guys got your loans guaranteed. Oh, we back the thing. Don't worry about it. I mean, banks should have been allowed to go under. We should have taken taxpayer ownership of some of the banks. Any bank that only survived because of a bailout should have been owned by the American people, and we all should have gotten a check every quarter for how much money those banks made. Why didn't we? Why didn't we nationalize the banks? It's not because we're a good capitalist country. It's because we guaranteed those banks those mortgages and we had to pay them. And the politicians didn't want to say that because, you know, the whole day of the rope kind of a thing. Dead Game says BlackRock got the house when they lost it. Chevy Fan says slow growth like Aaron's chins. Well, that I'll be honest with you. That kind of snuck up on me. One day, it just kind of showed up. You know what that is, by the way? That's not me getting fatter. I figured out what that is because my weight, like I said, has stayed relatively the same. I'm getting old. And my skin, this is disgusting, I know. My skin is starting to droop. I really am. This is how vain I am about getting old. I'm thinking of having this either like Botoxed or like a procedure done. Because you see men when they get older that the chin and neck skin starts to sag. My chin skin, my jaw skin is starting to come down. I don't like it. I don't like how quickly this shit just starts happening as you push 40. Mr. Q says exactly. Technically, they did exactly what you just said. They just rolled it all over into two companies called BlackRock and Vanguard. Yes. Yes. Oh, see, now conditioner on my D wants me to move on. No, I mean, why? Because, look, you are right about the government wanting them to make certain risky loans. But you want me to move on? Because, look, you can't say I don't know what I'm talking about. It's 100% true. We guaranteed those mortgages. Come on, son. Sometimes there's nothing worse than talking to someone who's in a certain industry because they have a bias to protect it. Sometimes they're not even conscious of it. But if you don't think that our housing crisis wasn't the government, the rating agencies, and the banks all in cahoots working together, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, then you're lying to people about what really happened in our economy. And I don't know why you would want to do that other than absolution. I saw a very interesting video a couple days ago. This came out this weekend by a channel called Roca News. I've never watched anything about them before, but this was about our state, specifically the city of Minneapolis. It's a video that's doing pretty well. It's got about 630,000 views. It's called Inside America's Somali Capital. It's a Minnesota documentary, and it's kind of hard to watch. We're going to watch a little bit of this today. We'll watch a couple minutes. It's about 16 minutes long. If you want the link, let me know. And it's about how much Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically, has changed in my lifetime. Now, I know it's changed a lot in my lifetime. I mean, shit, I live in St. Cloud where my parents grew up. I grew up in Shoreview. My parents moved when they were 19, 20 years old down to the cities. And I've watched during my childhood how, you know, the east side of St. Cloud, St. Germain Street, went from like an old school, bustling, crazy busy downtown Mayberry type place to this absolute shithole wasteland of empty lots, empty buildings, busted out storefronts. I mean, I've said this before on the show. They couldn't keep a fucking pawn shop open on the east side of St. Cloud. I mean, that's a different kind of poor. And it's where all the Somalis are. They have, this is not a slam against the Somali people. It's the government. It's our immigration policy. They should have never been allowed in here in the first place. They can't keep up. They add nothing. There is, and I'm not saying like, because this is the argument they like to use. Well, look at this guy. He's a Somali business owner. Well, should we see if there's any fraud connected with the creation and maintaining of this business? Okay, that's not even my argument. My argument is, show me every productive Somali business owner or every productive Somali worker. I'll show you a shitload of fraud on the other side, and I'll show you a shitload of other people that we have to commit massive taxpayer resources to just so they can barely keep their head above water in this country and culture that they don't understand and can't adjust to. There is no, I'm not talking about the micro, I'm talking about the macro. And the macro with Somali immigration to the state of Minnesota is that it has cost far more than it has brought in. It has been a net debt to the state of Minnesota. It was a big mistake, and we never should have allowed them in. If we did, and this is not a personal thing against them. I know Somali people who are fantastic. I'm saying from a purely cultural and political perspective, it has been a waste of time, money, and energy for us to bring in any Somalis to this country. If Somalis want to get in line, become citizens, do it that way, I don't want to stop anybody from doing that. But the idea that we actively sought out Somali refugees and wanted to bring them here, that is a big fucking mistake. We should have never done it. It has not gone well for us. And Minnesota is a great case A example. The city of St. Cloud has been devastated by Somali immigration. And you say, spare me you cooking the numbers. I can see it with my own eyeballs. And Minneapolis has not benefited from Somali migration. Go ahead and look at Feeding Our Future. Go ahead and look at the Medicaid scandals. Go ahead and look at the food stamp scandals. To a man, to a woman, it is always Somalis, and it is always billions of dollars of taxpayer fraud. So this Roca News did a documentary. It's called Inside America's Somali Capital, and it's about Minneapolis. Let's go into this a little bit today. Let's dig in. First, Gray Duckling with $2. Says more of a turkey neck than a frog. Gotcha. Thank you. We are about 1:15 away from today's goal. Guys, do us a favor. Streamlabs, we barely had to say this week. Oh, if you haven't given me my $100 welcome back. We love the $100. We have been living on $100 welcome backs. Atomic Ray was the latest one last night. We have been ahead on our goals all week because of $100 welcome backs. You know, we're missing a lot of $20 welcome backs too, so let's do those as well. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get this one hammered out. The goals have been very easy the last couple of months. I'd love to keep it that way. So let's go to this Roca News, ROCA, if you're looking for the channel. Roca News, Inside America's Somali Capital.
Is Minneapolis. Specifically, it's the Somali neighborhood within Minneapolis that has recently become controversial due to two figures. Congresswoman
Ilhan Omar of Minnesota.
You know, I know a lot of people like to say, hey, women shouldn't be this or women shouldn't be that. One thing I like that women bring to politics is that catty, passive-aggressive bitchiness. I like that. They just wear it better than guys do. When guys do it, they look like little bitches. When women do it, it looks kind of fun. It looks kind of badass. Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. A guy does that, he's cunty. A woman does that, it's kind of fun. I like it. And by the way, Ilhan Omar is a great example of why we shouldn't have brought Somalis to this country. It's the same problem with Israelis. A lot of Jewish people feel a dual loyalty. The Ben Shapiros of the world, they feel a dual loyalty to the United States of America and to Israel. A lot of Somalis are that way. Ilhan Omar has said it directly to her voters. It's on tape. She has said, I look out for the interests of Somalia first. I am a Somalia first congresswoman, and I advocate for you in the United States Congress. I don't want anybody who serves dual loyalty in my country. No, thank you. Israel, Somalia, Muslim, Jewish. Could you imagine if us Catholics were like, hey, you know, this is what they were worried about with Kennedy, by the way. They were worried that JFK would check with the Pope before he did anything, and he would serve a dual allegiance to the Vatican City. If Catholics were doing that, that would be a big problem. And by the way, being Catholic, it's open season on you. There would be all kinds of public attacks on Catholics, and it would be totally okay to do that. But if you're a Muslim or you're a Jew, it's not allowed. Oh, how dare you, these poor protected class people. By the way, TikTok now, because it's owned by Larry Ellison, all kinds of, report anti-Semitism. Stop it if you see it. All those kind of ads are all over TikTok now.
Somalia, dumbing of the United States has arrived.
And mayoral candidate Omar Fateh.
It's where Democratic Socialist State Senator Omar Fateh is now just 5 points behind Jacob Fry.
Magalada, Minneapolis.
There may be no immigrant community in the nation more tied to its political leaders than the Somalis in Minnesota. So we decided to go past the clickbait and culture war and explore the community with curiosity.
That's what America stands for. Like, everybody's segregated in their own community.
But they're walking around in sandals in the winter, and you're just going, oh my God.
What?
Now, this is the kind of guy, I love this kind of guy, because you talk about missing the forest for the trees. The guy's like, ugh, what the problem is with these Somalis? What's that? They walk around in sandals in the winter. Let me go on record as saying I don't give a shit about the sandals in the wintertime. I really don't. You can wear sandals in the winter. That's like saying, what the problem is with these Italians? They're gesticulating wildly when they talk. It's fine. I don't care. It's more the fraud and the lack of assimilation and the dual loyalty. The sandals are way down on my list. If we want to talk clothing, I'm way more bothered by the burqas in the summer.
What's it really like? Do they love America?
Our children will take a gun to defend national interests of the United States.
Our journey took us to a massive open-air Somali mall, which a cop escorted us out of, to Omar Fateh's campaign HQ, to a studio where we interviewed Somalia's parliamentarian who actually lives in Minnesota. Come with us to
Somalia's listen to that. Somalia's parliamentarian lives in Minnesota. No, thanks. I'm good. Does any other country do that? Let other foreign nationals who represent the interests of those countries live in their country while representing another? Does any other country allow that? They shouldn't.
Minneapolis.
We in Minneapolis, man. Murderapolis, bitch, get in tune.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that a Somali appropriating black culture? No, that's one of ours. That's one of ours. You see, our blacks, and by the way, if you didn't know this, I love bringing you guys into Minnesota culture. Black people and Somalis, they do not get along. They do not. Actually, other Africans and Somalis don't get along. I know Kenyans and Nigerians who, how every group has groups they look down on? Like Cubans look down on all the other Latinos. The Japanese look down on the Chinese and the Koreans and all that stuff. Nigerians and Kenyans look down on Somalis, and they shit on them, and they talk all kinds of shit on Somalis. It is kind of weird. Somalis, and this is why black people in the United States who have been here their whole lives kind of resent Somalis in some cases. Somalis see themselves as above American black people. They don't want their children acting like American black people.
Not the greeting we expected when we pulled into Cedar Riverside.
Misconception in my eyes would be that Somali community are a threat. No, before Somali, we're Muslim. And Somali people that are real Muslims that are on their deen and on their way, peaceful. 3 mosques just in walking distance right now as we speak. And it's so beautiful that you can just take your feet.
Oh, wait, so that is a Somali appropriating. Okay. Interesting.
To the mosque. Everything's easy over here.
I asked Salim how he ended up in Minneapolis, and he told us that he was actually born in Kenya, which many Somalis fled to after its government collapsed in 1991.
Obviously, I'm an immigrant, but at the end of the day, this country welcomed me. For my family to strive in this country, I'm glad and I'm thankful.
But Salim then fell.
But here's the oh no oh no! I was about to say a guy like that. I don't think it's worth all the fraud. I don't think it's worth all the strain it puts on school resources. I don't think it's worth the crime. I don't think it's worth people sending all the money back to Somalia. I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think we need it. That guy seems like a nice enough guy. And then as soon as we get to that, it's, oh, by the way, he was picked up on murder and manslaughter charges. Fuck me. Like, this is what I'd like to open progressive liberals' eyes to. Because, like, as a guy who tends to lean more right on stuff, every time I try to be a good liberal, there's never a time where it doesn't fuck me over. You know, it's kind of like when Baba Shab and Sam Show will tell me, Aaron, look that guy up, look that guy up. I'll be like, guys, not all of them are Jewish. Son of a bitch. You know, it's like, you know that you should be a good boy. You know that you should be a good, kind, progressive guy. But then every time you do it, it ends up fucking you over. Like, I'm like, oh, this Salim Muhammad, he's the decent enough guy. This is a decent, maybe I'm starting to, you know, liberalize a little on the Somali thing. Oh, by the way, manslaughter and murder charges. Motherfucker. And this is what I mean. We have enough murder and manslaughter in the United States without bringing in people who might commit more.
Hot water in South Dakota where he was charged for murder.
To this day, if you Google my name, Sioux Falls, you're going to see murder. It's called defamation of character for real.
It's not. All right, if we find out this guy didn't do nothing, then you're right. It is not defamation of character if you were running around with a bunch of guys who committed murder and you all got arrested at the same time. That is not defamation of character. Defamation of character would be if they put you in a news story and said, this guy was picked up on suspicion of murder and manslaughter, and at that time you were working at the bank. If you were at the Wells Fargo branch writing out a mortgage loan and they said on the news that you were picked up for manslaughter and murder, that would be defamation of character and you would have a very good case against that irresponsible reporting. But if you were in fact picked up on suspicion of manslaughter and murder, it's not defamation of character, my man.
It's the birth of my niece.
Something you didn't do.
Something I didn't even do. Yeah. I feel like I got a little story to tell too. My name's Salim Muhammad, man, and I ain't not a murderer.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm glad at least.
That's good. Let me say this. America does not need to import more black men with an axe to grind against the system. If you don't think we're in heavy supply of black men who feel like they've been targeted wrongly by the American government, I don't think that's something that's in short supply.
You're out now and hopefully you get justice.
Justice been served, but to who?
We left Salim and turned the corner where we saw the fire he referenced and also tried to interview some locals.
We're trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, we have a new fire.
Anyone want to guess it's a goat barbecuing incident?
Well, do you know what happened here?
I don't know.
What surprised us was how many Somalis we met who moved to Minneapolis from other states. There's really been a second migration to Minneapolis for Somalis. First to America and then concentrating there. One of the Somalis who's done just that is Omar Fateh, who was born in D.C.
Okay, let me explain that. I don't know if it doesn't sound like they're going to get into that. So there's a thing called refugee resettlement. And the Catholic charities and Lutheran charities in Minnesota were really big in this. And the Democratic Party in Minnesota had this idea that they were going to take these rural areas of Minnesota and they were going to turn them blue. St. Cloud being one of them, kind of the Wilmer area being another part of them, the more rural areas that were all just a bunch of white yeehaw farmers. They're going to specifically, you think that somebody who comes from Africa wants to settle in the fucking Arctic? No. But the tax benefits were good. The welfare benefits are very good here in Minnesota. We're one of the most generous states in the country. This was intentional. So what happens is these Somalis have to get approved for refugee status. And a lot of them were in refugee camps in Kenya, so they qualified. Catholic charities and Lutheran charities would sponsor them. Sponsoring them, meaning getting them here, taking care of them. And then afterwards, they would do what's called resettlement. They would take them from wherever they arrived in the country at and then say, hey, we got a place for you here in Minnesota. Meanwhile, Catholic charities and Lutheran charities were getting huge subsidies from the federal government and state government here in Minnesota. And that money that went to them during the Obama administration and Bush administration especially The instructions were pretty clear. Resettle them here, 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 and here. So Catholic Charities, Lutheran Charities made a fuckload of money off of resettling Somalis if they resettled them in these red areas to try and turn them blue. And ever since, St. Cloud has become a bluer city. So that's how refugee resettlement works.
Yassine,
sorry.
Team Kego, we need volunteers.
Today, nearly 100,000 Somalis live in Minnesota, and the majority of them are in the Twin Cities.
And I want to speak directly to the Somali community. Minneapolis is your city.
We are in Cedar.
Great. Sounds awesome. It's wonderful. I'm sure the Somalis love taking orders from a Jewish guy.
Riverside, which is the Somali.
That's the thing. Like, a lot of white and Jewish politicians try to suck up to Somalis. Somalis are never going to pick you over their own. There was a woman, the most liberal politician you'll ever meet in Minnesota. Her name was Phyllis Kahn. Phyllis Kahn was like the Bernie Sanders of Minnesota, just this old Jewish lady who was liberal as all hell. Dina Erdal, who was a state representative friend of mine, once told me, Phyllis Kahn is the kind of liberal who will sit down at your kitchen table with you and point out what belongs to the government and what belongs to you. She's that open with what she wants to do. And she represented an area that over the decades that she represented it became more and more Somali. And as it became more and more Somali, she tried to cater to them more. Oh, us Democrats will take care of you. You're the victims of racism. We're going to be your friend. The minute a Somali stood up to run against her in the primaries, boom, knocked her right the fuck out of her seat. And guess what Phyllis Kahn did when she lost to that Somali? She asked for recounts. She declared that the Somalis were unfaithful, that they were disloyal. She did all the Democratic plantation owner shit that we talk about. These Somalis were ungrateful to her. They were disloyal. She accused some of them of maybe voting multiple times. I mean, she did not take the loss very well. But it's kind of what we talked about earlier with the lack of foresight, the lack of ability to see into the future. You should have seen this coming.
Not just of Minneapolis, but of the U.S. And right behind us are some of their apartment buildings. This is the sort of center of where the Somalis live. Now, 50% of the people in this neighborhood speak Somali, and we're talking to some of the residents. We then met the facilities manager of these towers, who's managed them for nearly 50 years.
Oh, God, wait until you hear some of the stories this guy has. I've talked to people who are techs in the Lincoln Apartments in St. Cloud. Some of the nightmare stories. I'm sure some of you, when you were younger, if you lived in some of those apartments, you probably have stories. I've heard them from listeners for a decade now. I mean, some of the conditions. I had my cousin's friend worked in like cleaning out these buildings after people would move out, and some of the shit he saw. Oh my God. Feces on the ground, the filthy smells, the unplugged appliances, all kinds of shit.
Worked in it for 46 years.
How has it changed?
Just different immigrants.
So a lot of Somalis live here?
Yes. In fact, I think it's one of the largest populations in the cities. Yes, I think they do kind of stick to themselves, but I have a bunch of them that work under me, and they're pretty social. Some of the first ones came here, and I know it's a money issue, but they're walking around in sandals in the winter, and you're just going, oh my God. But they came here. Once they got established here, then they follow each other. Right. So they want to be with people that speak the same language, and it has changed.
Wow, interesting. Isn't that something? They want to be around people who look like them, talk like them, act like them, have similar values, have similar beliefs. But wait a minute, I've been told that's supremacy and that's evil and that's awful, and you shouldn't. Every Jewish politician I've ever heard from tells me that I'm a terrible guy if you want that. But when they do it, it's diversity and we should respect it and everything else. It's almost like you're being manipulated.
So there's several bars that used to have live music, the last of which just closed a few weeks ago. And the Somali East African people have been buying those buildings up for daycare centers, mosques, and various things.
So daycare centers. And you know what's amazing? Those daycare centers, always empty, but the guest book is always full. Very, very strange.
The neighborhood's changed a lot, but I consider it an evolution.
This Omar Fateh, who's running for mayor, do you have an opinion on him?
Not a real positive one, but
You like Jacob Fry?
better than I like Omar.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of people in the Minneapolis election. There's going to be a lot of holding your nose and voting.
It was during this conversation that we actually saw Omar Fateh.
Oh my goodness, I think that's Omar Fateh right there. We got to
is.
go try to interview him. How are you? Nice to meet you. Hello.
We didn't want to shove the camera in his face, so we asked him for an interview, then later implored his campaign team to talk to us. Unfortunately, no luck. Everywhere we looked in this area, we saw Omar Fateh signs, and his popularity has enraged the right, including Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, and other conservative voices who consider him a travesty.
Well, the Democrat Party has become a party that aids and encourages violence.
Fateh has indeed made a number of
Here's the thing. We nurture and we cater stupid socialist beliefs in our immigrants instead of encouraging them to assimilate into what is the classical American mindset, culture, society, whatever you want to call it. And we encourage a lot of this bullshit, childish, Marxist, socialist horseshit like, hey, you know what we can do? We can force landlords to not raise the rent, but we can raise a shitload of property taxes to pay for all kinds of stuff that we want to give to people. It's like, well, what are the property owners going to do if they can't raise rent, but their property taxes go up? Aren't they going to sell the buildings and just walk away? And a bunch of people will be left homeless? No, that's not going to happen. Not at all. Okay, you guys know better. Go ahead.
Controversial claims.
The greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race.
But he's not the only Somali.
A lot of cuts in that. I don't trust that. I don't like all the cuts that are in this stuff. Play a little more substance of it.
Politician who's done that. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who's elected to Congress alongside AOC in 2018, has invited much controversy herself.
Our country should be more fearful of white men because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country.
Yeah, there is nothing more up than to completely pretend that his words have not been recorded. These people are full of
You know, I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back, and he didn't want to.
And while Somalis remain a minority in Minneapolis, Ilhan Omar and Fateh have both struck alliances with white progressives, making them a formidable force. But sometimes this alliance is proven unwieldy, like with gender ideology in schools.
That's just it. Like, they brought in these third world immigrants that they thought they could kind of control and nurture and produce into their own blue voting bloc. And then they go, let me tell you about the LGBT community and let me tell you about gender inclusive bathrooms. And all of a sudden you see a Somali sharpening a fucking machete and they're like, what are you doing? And they're like, we're not going to talk about this.
Somali parents demanded their kids be pulled out of gender classes. One mom told the school board, we believe that we have a sacred obligation to teach the principles of our faith to our children without being undermined by the schools.
Fucking based. You know, if you would just leave white Christians alone to do the same, I think we could maybe come to an understanding. But one side does it, it's noble and diverse. The other side does it, they're a bunch of Nazis.
This caused one school board.
How about we just let everybody be proud of who they are? How about we just let everybody be proud of how they came up, what their culture is? Let them be proud of that.
To cry and tell the Somali women that the queer community has been so good to them. We kept walking around.
This is what I mean. It's that mafia shit. Like I told you about Phyllis Khan. How dare you stray? These liberals never wanted Somalis here because they love Somalis and they feel bad for their plight. The condition was always do what we fucking tell you to do. Slaves, come to our country and do what we fucking say, or we're going to turn on you. That's how Democrats have always treated Somalis. It's how they've treated every minority group. It's how they're going to start treating Latinos as they start to turn more conservative because they're all Catholics and family values people. And anti-abortion, a lot of them. But Somalis get the same treatment. These progressive liberal politicians, these, in the LGBT community, the minute Somalis go, well, we'd like to have our own opinion, please. All these lefties go, how fucking dare you? Do you know what we've done for you? You wouldn't be shit without us. It's like, you know, we can do a lot of criticizing of the Somali community in Minnesota, but it's these politicians and it's these white people who have brought them here under nefarious, duplicitous circumstances, and they expect fealty. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says John F. Kennedy was a proud member of the Knights of Columbus, becoming a fourth-degree knight in 1954. The fourth degree is the highest degree. What's the other one that people talk about? The Freemasons? You're supposed to watch out for the Freemasons, I guess, as well.
I'm looking for interviews and then stumbled upon an 8th grader playing basketball on one of its courts.
Oh, dude, you should have put me in there. I'm Larry Bird. I'd have fucked this 8th grader up. One-on-one all day, baby. Just take him to the low post and drown him. I should have been doing this documentary. I could have helped him a lot. Did you know I'm the 2-on-2 Cell Block B East half-court champion? And I get to retire undefeated.
Do you want to play one-on-one? Yeah. No,
dude, bro, you're white. That's not your range. Your range is a mid 18-foot jumper, man. Keep it 18 feet and in. You'll be fine. Box out. Nice steal. Wait, what the?
Went off. Hit 3? No.
Oh, nice shot, bro. For your race. Fuck yeah, dude.
Bro, you just winded the hell out of me. How do you like living here?
It's good. It's still dangerous. I mean, because if you look online, it's going to say there's like a lot of crime and stuff, but it's really just chill out here. We have a lot of programs. At the Brown Court, we have a basketball team. We have a soccer team as well. Yeah. It's like a regular neighborhood. We have a community and stuff.
What do you want to be when you're older?
A basketball player or a businessman.
Do you want to live here when you're older?
No, I want to move out soon. It's a good place if you want to come in like right now. Yeah, I think so, Ali. Assalamu alaikum, broken news.
There we go.
Yeah, we love America. It's just like some stuff that Trump did before.
Not a big fan?
Yeah.
Boom! Woo. Bank's open, baby.
Okay.
Hey, let's go, hubby.
Yeah. But Cedar Riverside is not like what they show online. If you actually come here, like during the summer, there's kids outside, uncles, aunts. We have a local mosque. We pray. It's like a good place.
All right, now let's, when the sun goes down, let's put some infrared on that camera and go walking around. What do you say?
I have one little sister.
How many kids are in most families?
3, 4.
Do you view Somalis and blacks differently?
Maybe just skin color. Black.
Yeah.
It was touching to meet a kid from the next Somali generation like Abdi and to humanize the Somalis in a way they often aren't. But
okay, cool. But like, that's the position I used to have. And my listeners give me shit to it for it to this day. I used to, back in like, I don't know, when did I start doing that 4 a.m. show in St. Cloud? Probably around 2010, 2009, 2010. I was saying, you guys got to stop it. A couple generations will grow up and they'll assimilate and they'll do all this and it'll be fine. And it's, I'll be honest, like my prediction, it was supposed to have happened by now. And now we're uncovering massive fraud. We're uncovering all kinds of different issues. We're still having issues with sending money back and taking it out of our economy and, taking advantage of public service systems and taxpayer-funded welfare programs. So time has not been kind to me on that prediction.
Cultural differences, some argue, are too difficult to ignore. The Cedar Riverside neighborhood has changed enormously in recent years.
All right, so you'll see a ton of now closed businesses in this neighborhood like this.
Mostly bars because we imported a bunch of people who can't drink. So a German state where alcohol is kind of at the center of the culture, you immigrate a bunch of people here who alcohol is verboten. And you have bars closed down and mosques and daycare centers open in their place.
Bar here. So there are a bunch of bars that have closed down. This used to be a Scandinavian neighborhood, and now because of the Somali majority population, they don't make as much sense.
But it wasn't just in Cedar Riverside that the Somalis live. We next visited the massive open-air Somali mall just a few miles away where we had a little snag. By the way, if you're enjoying this video, please make sure to subscribe. We capture the world without bias or fear, and these kind of videos bring that mission to life. The right want to make Somalis look bad, the left want to elevate them. We try to just hold a mirror. If you support that mission, hit subscribe. Now back to Minneapolis. All right, so we're pulling up on the Somali Mall in the area, the Carmel Mall, which is the largest Somali mall.
I would tell the Somalis to be careful. The last guy who tried to start an open air thing at a place called Carmel had it firebombed by the United States government.
Carmel Mall was massive. These shots simply don't do it justice, and this footage probably won't do the overwhelming sense of alienation we felt inside it justice either. All right, so we're gonna go inside the Carmel Mall, which is...
I swear to God, this is the same place the news went to investigate the daycare fraud, where they were knocking on doors and the place was locked, even though it said it was open and like serving, like providing daycare services. I swear to God, that's the same exact place.
Fashion after an open-air Somali bazaar.
The Bakara Market. Yeah.
Store here, some jewelry. Totally different style of mall here. You get the henna stand over here. The scale of this mall is enormous. It makes sense that there are about 80,000 Somalis in Minnesota, the vast majority of whom are in this area. So right at the end of this mall, by the way, you have a mosque.
Within our community, we usually send money back home to the less fortunate.
So up there they have a money place you can send back.
Right there.
So you can earn money in Minnesota, or you can take taxpayer money and then send it off to another country. And just to show this isn't a Somali thing, if there were Jewish people doing this and sending it to the IDF or sending it back to Israel, yeah, I'd be fucking mad. You're taking the fruits of the labor of this country and you're exporting it never to be seen again to a third world shithole. I don't really see how that benefits the people of the United States.
This is what he's talking about in the front, a place where you can easily send money back home or wherever. Roughly 40,000 Minnesotans were born in Somalia, so many are still in close touch with their families back home. The link between Somalia and Minnesota can't be overstated. The president of Somalia often visits, and some Somali politicians live in the Twin Cities, like the parliamentary we interviewed.
Well, yeah, you know how good our dollars are for their economy? Of course he's going to visit here. He's going to keep encouraging Somalis to keep sending that money to Somalia. A dollar goes a long way over there.
Later. I would say in all the reporting we've done, this is one of the most difficult spots to get an interview. People are very guarded here. I don't know if it's because they assume there's a hit piece or
probably
they simply don't want to talk at all. People have been extremely guarded and in some cases a little hostile. We continue to walk around the Carmel Mall when, as if we weren't out of place enough already, a cop came to escort us to building management. Yeah, it's called broken news. We do this all over the country.
Yes, I saw the camera.
Oh, you saw the camera? Yeah.
So where's the YouTube?
Broken News. ROCA News. All right, so we were just pulled aside by security. Now we're okay, though, to film inside. So one interesting thing is when a store is unoccupied, people won't necessarily lock it. We've seen a lot of unattended to stores. So it's clearly like a high trust community here, and we are the only two white guys in all 4 floors of this. It's very unique. So here's an open eating area, Somali flag, and Palestine flag.
Palestinian flag.
So they got a couple new style of pizzas I've never seen. The Odd Cock pizza.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of want to go to this place. I kind of want to check it out. I want to get an Odd Cack pizza.
I don't know how to say that.
Oh, Odd Cack. I thought it said Odd Cock. Well, I'm not interested anymore.
The Halib Jakal ala Makan, different kinds of pizza. So behind us on the rooftop of the cafeteria, you can see the Somali flag. Some people, at least on social media.
No, that's the Minnesota flag now. And you can't tell the difference. You put a little darker blue shading on the bottom here. Boom, we're good. You know, if you don't think so, go look. That's the Somali flag. Go look up the state flag of Minnesota now. Pretty much right there.
Media talked about how it's very similar to the new Minnesota flag.
Oh.
So they wondered if there might have been some overlap there. Others say that's ridiculous, but that was a topic of conversation.
A couple recent polls.
Dude, it looks exactly fucking like it. It's the same shade of blue, and then a darker shade of blue, and a star.
Around half of Minnesotans said they wanted to keep the old flag.
We then interviewed a woman entrepreneur from Somalia who had some fascinating insights.
I moved from Sweden 5 years ago. What brought me? I came here because there was already Somali community established. So I said, okay, let me go there so that I can start my business.
This is kind of what bugs the shit out of me about the Muslim world, is that they won't take their own. I mean, this is the problem we're having with what's going on in Israel and Gaza and all this. Fucking Muslim countries won't take Muslim refugees in. They expect us to do it all. And the United States just does. We just bend over and go, sure, why not? We got a $35 trillion debt. We need more grist for the mill. We need more people paying it in.
The Somali community are like huge supporters for each other.
The white Americans around, are they friendly? Are they not?
I know none of them. When I was coming to America for the first time, I was carrying a Swedish passport and I was black and hijabi, you know? And the officers in the immigration, they were like, they probably were expecting a Viking. That's what America stands for. Like everybody's segregated in their own community. White people are with white people. Somali people are with Somali people. That's what America is. You come here, you start your own community and you stay with your community. So people normally in America are not very fond of strangers, I think.
I would say in Minnesota, that's very true. Minnesota, people like to stick to their own. They're very guarded. They're very worried about strangers. I think that is more of a Scandinavian ethic than a German ethic. I think Germans tend to be more social, believe it or not. People of German backgrounds like myself, we tend to be a little more outgoing. Scandinavians do tend to be very guarded and a little nose up in the air, a little elitist.
They just don't want to speak with somebody that don't share maybe the same beliefs. It's helping each and every Somali person. We have over 600 businesses, and 95% of those businesses are women businesses. But what I can tell you, Somali women are those who build the entire Somalia.
Is there
You guys didn't do a very good job. I would never take credit for building Somalia, to be honest with you. That's not something that I would be putting on my resume. But look, it's not bad people. It's not evil. They're not terrible. They're not all terrorists or anything. I'm just saying, if we're breaking this down as a cold business-like decision, it wasn't a good idea. Again, I don't think it was a very good idea. I missed a lot of stuff here. Let's go back into the chat a little bit. Let's talk to our boys and girls. Let's talk to the people in the chat. $2 from Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, be fucking honest. That pawn shop shutdown had nothing to do with the Somali spread. They got shut down because half their handguns were linked to homicides and 75% of their merch linked to breaking and entering. No. I didn't say that it was because of the Somalis, the pawn shop shut down. I said, imagine a community so poor and so rotten that a pawn shop can't stand. And as far as that pawn shop being linked to stolen guns and merch from B&E, I mean, do you think that's uncommon for a pawn shop? I mean, when it comes to pawn shops, that's kind of, I mean, they're kind of used as a fence in a lot of places. Where $1 from 191 Redbird says, how's that decade of assimilation going, buddy? Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. A lot of people have been giving me shit because they were like, Aaron, when you first got on the air in St. Cloud, you said it's going to be a generation or two. There's going to be assimilation. It's going to be fine. Now we're finding like record-breaking fraud. We're finding that they're kind of isolating themselves into their own areas. And I was really, really wrong. Really, really wrong. Skousko says, well, that story just made me hang myself. Don't make that story make you hang yourself. I think it's important to know that stuff. I think it gives people a lot of insight into what they talk about. Like when people talk about Minnesota and they go, oh, it's all this or it's all that. I think stuff like that and us talking about it on this show gives people outside of this area a good insight. And also, the vast majority of my audience is in Minnesota. They're interested in this kind of stuff. 115 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Jerry Shepardini says, I love Chinese stars. Great weapon. I don't think are they selling Chinese stars? Glitched One says, as a white male that grew up in America, I learned to not be proud of anything because that makes me racist. Gray Duckling says, haha, I know a lot of Somalians that drink. They do it behind closed doors. Well, that doesn't help the bars if they're doing it behind closed doors. T. Jefferson says, of course your stomach is what makes you curious about the open air mall, tater pockets. Thank you. Thank you. I guess me saying that the thing that made me curious about the open air Somali mall was the food is probably not the best look for me. Thank you. All right, guys, we are 1:15 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 634 of you checking out the show at the moment. Do me a favor. Hit like, hit respect. What? Hit like, hit subscribe. Hit it all. Let's pump up the numbers. We want to get to 700 today. We are lacking on Rumble and we are lacking on YouTube. We are behind viewership-wise today. That means I am not doing a good job. We have had some solid numbers so far this week with me getting out of jail, but now I'm boring the fuck out of people. What we really need you to do is hit that goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Preference today is gifted memberships, especially on Rumble. We lost quite a few with me being off. So if you like what we're doing, throw a couple of bucks in, hit the goal. We've been doing very well goal-wise lately, and I appreciate that. Approachable made a clip. All right, what did I do?
I don't know how to say that.
Oh, odd cack. I thought it said odd cock. Well, I'm not interested anymore. Just, I don't mind that clip because I think you can tell the over-the-top nature in my voice. I think it's okay. Skousko says, hey, Aaron, think you might bring on your haters like Chad did yesterday? That sounds like a desperate move. Has he been losing a lot lately? That seems like a desperate move. No, what you're supposed to do with your haters is not like bring them on and argue with them and shit like that. You're supposed to let them flail and then giggle at them and treat them like zoo animals. I think that's why we have them seething over stupid shit so much. $1 from Redbird says it's not that you were wrong. It's the fact that there's 2,000 years of history of what happens when Islam moves into a community, and that you somehow thought this time would be different. Again, I would love to sit here and have an argument with that guy, but I kind of got proven wrong historically. So it's kind of hard to defend yourself on something when there's empirical evidence that you got it wrong. So you admit you got it wrong, you move on to the next thing. At least that's what I think. So it's called Roca News. It's all one word, ROCA News. If you want to go check that out, it's called Inside America's Somali Capital, Minneapolis. Very interesting. I thought the guy did a pretty good job. Nicholas, my golfing buddy with $20 says, welcome back. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Look at that. $95 away from today's goal. We're under 100. You guys are doing great. Couple more of those 20s, and we'll have it all knocked out for the day. And then Thursday's the last one. Hot shit. Thursday's the last day. We have cruised through these goals this week. I do appreciate you guys for that. Well, that was something different for this fine show. Oh, hey, the Vikings are catching huge amounts of shit for this Carson Wentz thing. Carson Wentz just had a season-ending surgery on his non-throwing shoulder, on his left shoulder. And a lot of people are upset with the Vikings' decision to keep him out there against the Chargers on Thursday. If you watch that game, he got the shit beat out of him. He was wincing on the sidelines, damn near in tears, in pain, scraping himself. I haven't seen a quarterback just have to scrape himself up off the ground so many times since Brett Favre in that 2009 NFC Championship game. I mean, it damn near crippled the guy. He had season-ending surgery on the left shoulder. A lot of people second-guessing Kevin O'Connell today, saying that he was irresponsible, he should have taken him out. What I think happened, plain and simple, with the Carson Wentz thing was they knew they were handing the team back over in a week and a half to J.J. McCarthy. They didn't want a veteran backup behind him kind of fucking things up. I think what happened there was he was going to be the sacrificial lamb. They didn't want to risk Max Brosmer getting hurt because we're very thin at quarterback. I think we have the only two guys we have on the roster are Max Brosmer and Desmond Ritter. And that's it. So they wanted to hand the reins over to J.J. McCarthy, make it his team, move on that way. And unfortunately, they basically sacrificed Carson Wentz's arm, maybe his career. So people are like, oh, should they punish Kevin O'Connell? Should they do something to the Vikings over there? Do what? You're allowed to leave a guy in and let him get the shit beat out of him. And also, if you're Carson Wentz, you can always pull yourself out of the game. It's not looked at as, very tough, but you can go like, fuck, I'm hurt. I can't go back out there. Scousko says, did you get a lot of shit from Geno over the Chargers beating the Vikings? No, because I don't know if you know this. I was in jail. I was in communication with my girlfriend, my parents, and my lawyer. That's about it. So no, I did not get a lot of shit for that. One of the things I'm really happy about is that I couldn't catch any shit for the way the Vikings were playing. From you fucking Eagles fans either. From the Sunday before. Red Fox Mad says this is the pawn shop closing story. Okay. Let's check it out. This was July 26th of 2016. God, it's been 9 years. Granite City Pawn Shop owner Ken Finken says it's time for him to retire. He's selling the building and the business. I would go to Detroit a lot of times and buy stuff from pawn shops there, and my cousin said to me, why don't we start one here? Pawn shop will be closing October 31st, no longer accepting pawns, and are looking to sell what's in the store. So it has nothing to do with connection to homicides and stolen merchandise and shit like that. That's not what it was at all. It was the guy was getting older. He'd been there for 31 years, and he was shut him down, closing up shop. Uh-oh. What is this story from? May 16th, 2024. Oh, I was late on this one. The downtown St. Cloud movie rental store, which was movie rental and CBD oil, closed down, but that closed down a year and a half ago. Wow, I didn't know that. I drive by that area fairly regularly. Dash says, I bet $100 the game was fixed. You don't have to fix Vikings games this year. We're having enough problems. Labglass says they were afraid that Max Brosmer would be good. Yeah, well, I mean, it could cause problems, but he is an undrafted rookie free agent. If you play the odds on that one, odds are not good that he's just going to come in as an undrafted rookie free agent and just light the entire world on fire. Probably not going to happen. $90 away from today's goal. Get after it. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I appreciate you guys being here. Gift those memberships. Throw in a couple of bucks. We're very close to knocking out today. Okay. The Pam Bondi thing. We're going to be in Minnesota just a little bit longer today. The Pam Bondi deal. I don't know if you saw this, but I'm ashamed to admit this. I actually, when I saw this story, Minnesota man accused, just based on what I've gone through in the last year and a half, 2 years, when I saw Minnesota man accused, my heart sank a little. When I saw the headline to this story a while back, I went, what the fuck? It was like right after I got out, too. So like right after I got out, I saw a story that said Minnesota man accused, and I went, I didn't fucking do anything. I just got out. Do you not see how this is clearly an organized, corrupt thing against me? And then I'm like, oh, it's not. Okay, never mind. It's not me. I'm good. I'm okay. Minnesota man accused of putting out $45,000 bounty on Pam Bondi. Now, first of all, that's a very catchy headline.
I've sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against that.
This is a very catchy headline. Oh my God, can you believe this guy put a bounty on Pam Bondi? And of course Not the Bee is going to just totally like glob onto this. Not the Bee is the closest thing to a liberal conservative rag you could possibly have. These guys are so in the tank for Israel and so in the tank for neocons and so in the tank for like the establishment kind of Republican. It's kind of sickening. So they're like, Pam Bondi, we're MAGA people. Pam Bondi is our girl. Pam Bondi is the person covering up for Epstein, you fucking apologists. So this guy, he's not like some dude who's like, oh, I'm getting a team together and we're going to go hunting Pam Bondi for 45 grand. You know, this is the same kind of pearl clutching that the Democrats did on January 6th. Republicans will do it too. They're not above it if they can play victim. Everybody loves playing victim. So this Pam Bondi thing, it was just some asshole on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And he put up something that, because he's a retard, he thought it was funny. We got to get this Pam Bondi for covering up Epstein. So $45,000 reward. He wasn't really going to get Pam Bondi or anything else like this. It was some anarchist guy being a shitbag on social media. Now, don't get me wrong. He should be arrested. He should be thrown in jail. You can't be doing this to people, let alone public figures. You can't put bounties on anyone. But the fact that these conservative outlets are trying to go, oh, see, they're all trying to kill us and they're all trying to, it's the same pearl clutching the left does when they call Trump Hitler. Don't think that, don't take any of these assholes' side because they're going to do the same shit that you're bitching about someone else doing tomorrow. Let's go ahead and check this out. Don't kid yourself. The right likes to play victim as much as the left does.
Breaking news, top of the new hour here, and another threat of political violence in America. The FBI making an arrest in a chilling murder-for-hire plot targeting Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Do you remember when those guys in Michigan were going to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan? Oh my God, right-wing terrorism hits America. There was a plot to kidnap the governor. And then we find out that the FBI just totally entrapped these guys and just they wrote up a plan to kidnap the governor and then had their informants give it to those guys. And those guys were like, no, we're not interested. We'd rather not do this. And the informants were like, come on, what do you say? Just take a look at it. And they're like, all right, fine, we'll take a look at it. And they went, you're under arrest. And it's like, what? I have a feeling that when the FBI does shit like this, I'm not going to sit here and go, well, it's Trump's FBI, so they're probably doing it honestly. No, this was some autistic fucking internet keyboard warrior guy. They saw him do this meme. They want to enforce the narrative that only the left commits political violence. The left wants to kill all the righties, and they want to reinforce that. You ever notice that when a Democrat's in there, the FBI does all the stuff that reinforces the FBI's argument, whether it's white supremacists, Republican extremists, militia guys. And when the Republicans get in there, everybody they're busting reinforces the narrative that they want to put out, that all these lefties are violent and they're going to shoot everybody.
We are learning brand new details at this hour. Welcome back as America Reports.
Look at how serious she
Hour
is.
2. I'm Sandra Smith in New York.
Scary stuff, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington. The 29-year-old Minnesota man is accused of putting out a $45,000 hit on the Attorney General. It all started on TikTok when a post with the bounty started going viral before setting off a swift federal investigation.
Yeah, because, you know, all violent guys who are about to go kill public figures, they advertise it on TikTok first. It's not a social media gag. It's not a stupid, inappropriate joke. It's not some spurg just being retarded. I mean, this is how everybody plans a hit. I mean, everybody remembers when Tyler Robinson put out that Instagram reel saying he's going to take out Charlie Kirk. And of course, he didn't do that. Why? Because he probably didn't kill Charlie Kirk. But this is more of that, like the FBI just playing politics and like the media, you know, the conservatives in the media going, oh, see, this is what they want to do.
And the suspect's rap sheet is long, and his online activity reveals ties to anarchist symbolism and anti-government literature.
All right, so his rap sheet is long. How much do you want to bet there's a lot of like misdemeanor vandalism and petty theft and shit like that?
Justice correspondent David Spunt live here in Washington. What else are we learning, David, about the suspect?
Well, John,
He's
he
a
is
cunt.
charged with threatening Attorney General Bondi in a TikTok post. According to authorities in this affidavit that we just saw a couple of hours ago, unsealed recently, he allegedly offered a $45,000 bounty. In the post, there's a photo, and this was on TikTok, a photo of the Attorney General with a sniper red dot, and it reads, "Wanted Pam Bondi, reward $45,000.
I love how they write, and it was in a TikTok post. Well, then it's really serious. I thought it was Facebook.
Dead or alive, preferably dead." That's a quote. He is in custody. Additionally, his TikTok page had anarchist symbols, according to the affidavit filed.
Lock him up.
The affidavit reads, quote, "Additionally, the suspect user's TikTok page had a link to an anarchist FAQ book pinned to his page."
Which, by the way, is allowed in the United States of America. You're allowed to be, have anarchist links and white supremacy links and radical Islamic links. You're allowed to do that.
According to open source research, as well as based on your Affiance training and experience, anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that seeks to abolish all institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy, primarily targeting the state and capitalism. Now,
again, totally allowed.
FBI agents John and Sandra from Detroit, Michigan received a tip from someone who was on TikTok, noticed the post in their feed, then reported this post. The FBI worked with Google, Comcast, and TikTok to find this guy. Google helped with IP logins, IP locations. They also were able to find his email. Now, according to the affidavit, he has a multi-state criminal history, as you mentioned, including a 2022 felony stalking and domestic assault misdemeanor charge. We reached out to the Justice Department.
Wait. Was it felony or was it misdemeanor? Go back. Okay, so this guy is a fucking nut bar.
But he has a multi-state criminal history, as you mentioned, including a 2022 felony stalking and domestic assault misdemeanor charge. We reached out to the Justice.
Okay, I think they're trying the felony stalking misdemeanor domestic assault. He just said it like a fucking idiot. Yeah, this is just more of the. Well, here's the guy. Look at Post Malone. Oh, poor Posty. Poor Posty. There he is. Look. Was this guy ever going to get close enough to Pam Bondi to kill it? No, this is some crazy anarchist. Like, I fucking hate the Trump administration. They're all dog shit. But the FBI can use this. Just like the left used the Gretchen Whitmer thing. Oh, see, everybody we disagree with really is this thing. It's just, I get tired of the show pony of it all, Yeah, Abel Graham saying the same thing I was saying. A felony misdemeanor. No, I think what they're trying to say is, the felony was stalking. The misdemeanor was the domestic assault. So we had an ex that the two of them really didn't get along. Essentially. Scouse Ghost says, Aaron, I have a great movie for you to watch. Opens up your mind to what would happen if a rogue nation fires a nuke at America. It's called House of Dynamite. Really? House of Dynamite. I've seen something about this. I think SP was, I think we were scrolling through and she said, ooh, that might be a good one. House of Dynamite, directed by Catherine Bigelow. Wasn't she Hurt Locker and Zero Dark 30 or something like that? Apocalyptic political thriller directed by Catherine Bigelow, written by Noah Oppenheim. Hey, stop it. The film features an ensemble cast led by Idris Elba, Rebecca Ferguson, Gabriel Basso, Jared Harris, and Tracy Letts. Plot follows the United States government as it formulates an official response to a single nuclear missile launched by an unidentified adversary. It sounds very like Tom Clancy-ish, kind of. Not bad. Maybe it is worth checking out. Do we have people fighting in our chat? Is the Rumble chat, are we fighting? Conditioner on my D and Mad Moof are fighting with each other. Oh no. Why are we fighting? Oh, because Mad Moof thinks that Royce sucks and Conditioner on my D loves Daywave. Guys, it is perfectly healthy for someone to love the Steel Toe Show and like Daywave. Conditioner on my D does not owe us 4.5 hours of his listening time. Guys, I love you. Thank you for defending me. I appreciate it. But, however, if Conditioner on my D wants to watch 3 hours of Steel Toe and then take a break, God knows he's pledged his allegiance. He's fine. We do not need Conditioner on my D to consume nearly 5 hours of Steel Toe every day. If you do, I love you. Thank you very much. But he doesn't have to. Mad Move says, nah, we telling the ROTC fag to go have fun. Well, he's allowed to go have fun. You don't think there's some days we get 3 hours into this show and I get tired of me. There are some days I'm doing this show at like 9:15 and I go, God, I wish I could turn on Daywave right now. Some Italian dude says, just as long as everyone hates minorities, it's all good. See, that's not even a qualifying thing for this program. Mad Move says negative. Daywave is a dead giveaway of latent homosexuality. Well, no man lifts that many weights without something to hide. That's a fact. But that shouldn't factor into your decision on whether or not to enjoy the program or not. Chevy fan says defending Aaron, even his lawyer couldn't do that. That hurts my feelings. That one stings a little bit. That actually, I'm trying that one on right now rhetorically. It hurts a lot. It actually hurts a lot. $90 away from today's goal. Go ahead and knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. I appreciate it. But let's, take it easy on me. Just a little bit. Abel Graham says Aaron's going to get his revenge on his lawyer like Max Cady. No, he did fine. It was 6.5 days in the clink. For God's sake, I'm going to live. And then if I behave myself, a year of probation, and then a year after that, we can write a thing to get the whole thing wiped away like it never happened. We'll be fine, guys. You don't need to get mad at anybody. It's okay. Approachable says, wait, your lawyer absolutely did defend you. Of course, you had to pay him a shit ton of money to defend you, but he did do it. Yeah, he didn't know that, Gino Bisconti was going to be a fucking lunatic. Then he might have said no. Jayfish says, but his lawyer did say, Judge, he's a homeowner. Well, when he was arguing bail and shit, that's the shit you say. He's got kids, he's got a job, he's got a home. It's a thing. Hulkamasha Baby says, no, Aaron's lawyer did great. His stupid decision-making is what fucked him. Yeah, I wouldn't have needed a lawyer if I didn't act like a fucking idiot. Right? So you got to give him a break on that one. Mike says, did Aaron do White Power Hour in jail? Yeah, it was called my mid-range jumper on a bitch. The White Power Hour was rec day on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That was White Power Hour. Just couldn't get that baby hook down. The baby hook was off. The mid-range jumper was on. The rebounding and the putbacks were on point. The defense was solid. My baby hook was tragic. Not good. Not good. $90 away from today's goal. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. We are not, outside of Monday, we have not been making a ton, but I haven't been putting a lot of pressure on the goal. It's kind of a trade-off. The more money you make, the less you have to talk about it. So let's clear out Wednesday. I think what was today? $1.70 was what we started with. Let's move the chains. I love it when we stay ahead once we're ahead. $90 away. Knock it out. We love gifted memberships because we had a lot of them expire during my little vacation. So go ahead and throw a couple in and make it a win. All right, what did somebody sent in Lords of the Underground TikTok? Guys, don't send me fucking music on YouTube days. Because all I have to do is go cut it out later. So please. 644 is the number. Rumble Studios, spitting out at us. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get those numbers up on the Al Gore rhythm. YouTube is shit. Rumble is lower than it usually is. I am boring the fuck out of people today, and it's making me self-conscious. Apparently, this is something that they were worried about with the Viking Stadium when they built it, so much so that they had to put a special film on the glass. In Ohio, there is a university professor, the University of Canterbury, Crosby, UC. I don't know what UC is in Ohio, but apparently at UC in Ohio, there is a mass mortality event where birds are just suiciding themselves they're just going face first right into the glass at this university. This always makes me curious. Like, there's got to be a reason that, because they said in one day, 50 birds just fucking dive bombed this building and killed themselves. There's got to be something about that. Like, you know, when we were younger and they were talking to us about colony collapse disorder and talking about how our cell phones were killing the bees, because apparently they were saying the signal of your cell phone were fucking up the bees' navigational system and causing them to drop out of the sky, and then it would fuck over the hive and the whole colony would collapse. I don't know if that ended up being true, but I wonder if something's not going on. Like, in one day when 50 birds kamikaze themselves, I wonder if that's not some kind of natural warning that something's about to happen. Do cell phones harm bees? I want to get the final result of this. No, there is no conclusive scientific evidence that cell phones harm bees. Though some earlier limited studies caused concern, research has shown that the sounds from active cell phones can disturb bees, causing them to make piping noises associated with being agitated or preparing to swarm. But the phones did not cause any deaths or actual swarming in these experiments. Okay. So there is no conclusive link between cell phones or 5G and bees. That was all a bunch of hippie bullshit, apparently. But I do believe that when these birds start headbutting windows until they die, I do believe there's something going on there. Let's go ahead and check it out. What I meant was on your time.
They call it a mass mortality event. At least 50 to 60 birds died in one day here at UC. Why? Windows like this. All that glass. They're trying to fly to the trees.
Stop doing that. You're not attractive. In fact, you're relatively troubling looking. Stop jumping around the camera. I know it's quirky and it's fun and you want to do something with that film school degree mom and dad paid for, but this is remarkably unnecessary. Ugh, I don't like this guy. I want the information that he's going to give us, but I don't like him. And by the way, do we really need that stupid of an animal? I mean, isn't that, you know how we say, like, we shouldn't put warning signs on bleach not to drink it? Like, if you drink bleach, we need to thin the herd. Doesn't that go doubly for animals that can't, like walk and talk and do shit we do and build buildings? Like, if we don't even want human beings to stick around if they're too stupid not to drink bleach, I think the birds who are too dumb to realize that that's a reflection and not a friend just coming to hold them closer, I think we can go ahead and lose those birds. They're like the bleach drinking birds.
Birds see are the reflections. I met with the UC professor who's been studying birds for 3 decades. He said it's never been this bad.
This pile of birds right here is just one species. They don't even make it to 1 year of life. And
wait a minute, wait, this fucking creepazoid just keeps dead bird corpses in Ziploc bags? All right, can we talk to somebody about this guy? Can we have men with coats come and get this dude? Because, look, we don't need to do autopsy on the birds. We know why they died. We don't need to be keeping them in Ziploc bags. Somebody stop this guy before he creates a taxidermy army like the janitor in Scrubs.
I say we probably have 10 times this number in our freezers and specimens.
This is all from campus.
That's all from campus. Yep. I'm Ron Canterbury, and I'm a biologist with the University of Cincinnati. Okay, get your bird up. We trap the birds.
I would love to hear the University of Cincinnati go, we have no idea who this fucking guy is. All he does is he comes to the cafeteria and asks us for plastic bags, and then he goes and asks the janitor if he has any bird corpses that he'll be throwing away today. He's weird. We don't like him here.
with mist nets to band them and see where they go and how long they live. In North America, we're killing 1 to 2 billion a year just by glass windows alone. So
we're not killing them. We build glass windows because it's an efficient way to build buildings. We can't help it if they're too retarded to realize that that thing that looks just like them isn't them. We don't need them around. All right? If you can't pump the fucking brakes before you headbutt yourself in a mirror, you weren't exactly the evolved species we needed to keep things going.
You can't conserve them, can't help them without knowing that kind of data. So, there's so many birds, guys, that I can't keep up. So if you want to see a dead bird every day, all you got to do is wake up and go right there.
But I don't. And it's troubling to me that you do. If you want to see a dead bird every day, just go there. Thank you. I'll know which places to avoid. I appreciate it. This is the kind of guy who we look into him and you realize he had his biology degree taken away 4 years ago. And he's just been showing up in the courtyard picking up dead birds.
Every day, you see students walk around campus looking for dead birds.
Do they find birds every day?
Every day. We have no days of no mortality hardly, but it's just going to go in a bag and the bag's going to be labeled. This is a swamp sparrow. They are disoriented and it's like a maze for them trying to find their way out.
This is kind of morbid, but why is this important?
Birds are bellwethers. They're telling us something's wrong. So this.
Oh, God. The birds are flying into the windows and killing themselves to tell us something's wrong. No, the birds are flying into the windows because they're too stupid to know what a window is yet. Same reason. That's like saying, well, the deer are headbutting all of our headlights because they're trying to tell us that an impending war is coming. No, they just haven't figured out what that fucking bright ghost thing coming at them is yet. It hasn't been enough hundreds of years for them to evolve. They'll figure it out eventually. See, coming into this story, I was ready to think like, oh my God, when the birds are flying into the glass at this number, they're trying to tell us something. But then I listened to fucking Dr. Howdy over here, and I realized, no, they're just flying into the windows because they're too fucking stupid to stay away from them. They're trying to tell us something.
This is Clifton Court Hall, and I knew right when I saw it what the mortality, where it would be. So that's our bird, huh? Elizabeth, give me your data for every dead bird.
This is Elizabeth. She's a homeless lady I met on the street. She takes pictures of all the birds. Sometimes she puts funny hats on them. I think it's kind of a fun thing to do. I tell her, honey, do it after rigor sets in. That way you don't have to worry about the head flopping to the side and your cute little hat falling off. One time she made them out of duck feces, and that's how I knew that she hadn't taken her pills that day. So this guy's got like people working for him that are finding him bird corpses, taking pictures, and then like texting him. You got to get over here. We got a dead bird over.
I find I hurt. To me, it's just so heartbreaking. I'm just crushed physically and heart-wise, but hopefully we can, take action before it's too late. Saving birds save humans, and that's the way we got to get people thinking.
That's not true. And quit spitting. This guy's spitting all over the place. This is just so not the guy, because anything he tells me about these birds, I'm just seeing it through the lens of an obsessive Southern accent, yokel sounding, a bird corpse collector. This is just so not the guy. I need a guy with a lab coat, standing in a lab, not holding 75 dead birds in a Ziploc bag going, we need to clean the glasses better. All they had to do at US Bank Stadium was literally put a cheap 3M film over the windows and the birds don't fly into the building anymore. The birds are trying to tell us something. Yeah, that they're dumb.
Thinking.
At UC, Keith Berry-Golick, WCPO 9 News.
That's it. You guys have 13 seconds. Great editing. It's just literally 5 more seconds of B-roll. Oh, fantastic. Silverwolf with $5 says, it's a maze they can't get out of. So they're dumb and they don't know how to fly up. Exactly. They're trying to warn us of something. I think we ought to be listening to the birds. That's why when I find their corpses, I put my ear right on their little puffy birdie chest and I just kind of listen for the message. That guy, guys, whatever we need to do with the birds, that guy is not helping. $2 from On a Wall says, you're demented. I'm demented. This guy was putting little birdies in Ziploc bags and talking to them. In no way am I the demented one. He found the most retarded birds that didn't know how to pull up when they saw their own reflection. And now you're sitting here telling me that I'm the one with a problem. Sam Show says this guy is legit retarded. He cracked his front tooth doing an ollie. Chips and Dip goes, Petey Bird. He is. He's the blind kid on Dumb and Dumber just playing with his bird corpses. Mad Move says the only bird fear angle I will pay attention to is when they randomly fall out of the sky in huge groups. Something to do with how they sense the magnetic field of the earth. That one is eerie. When they just start falling out of the sky, that's legit. The ones who are too fucking stupid because they're very simple creatures and they just headbutt windows until they die, that I'm not too concerned about. I mean, shit, they do that on my back porch. Kids were out the other day and they said, they go, Dad, a bird flew into the window. Like they saw the bird fly into the window. Luckily, he didn't struggle or anything. I mean, he hit that window and wham, he was dead. I just spatulated his ass up, put him in a plastic bag, threw him away. If I would have known there was a guy in Ohio that I could have called and he would have come and pick up the bird corpse for me. Chevy Fan says, wait, you don't have a bird in a baggie? No, I don't. I don't have a bird in a bag. I didn't know that I was supposed to. Abel Graham says, this year's hot Christmas toy, bird in a baggie. Onawal says he committed to it. He did, yeah. He committed to the bit. He's dedicated to this. He's dedicated to this bird thing. Good for him. I hope he finds some answers. You know, this is the kind of thing where we all make fun of him, and like a year or two from now, he saves us from the apocalypse and gets no thank yous. Wild Card with a gifted membership. Thank you very much, guys. Huge on those gifted memberships. Those gifted memberships are everything after our week off. Thank you very much. Whether it's Rumble or YouTube, we appreciate it. $2 from Dr. Silverwolf says, what's that college's ranking? I'm curious. It's the University of Cincinnati, bro. Go Bearcats. That's a D1 school right there. He's, but they didn't say that he works for the school. They just called him a biologist. So that guy literally just goes around the campus, walking around, picking up, you mind if I take this dead bird? Yeah, please. Why not? Go ahead and take it. Conditioner on my D. I should do this. He's been a good sport. People have been giving him shit today. He says, 5 minutes till Daywave. Come see a gay Cuban man who's happily married with his life together and doesn't. Well, no, I don't do that either, Conditioner on my D. That's what do you call it? Slander. How dare you? And while Royce is a funny guy, I mean, I'm just a little more so. That's why the numbers on this show are a little better than the numbers on that show. Mussolini Diff with $5 says a bunch of people with useless degrees saw a retard picking up dead birds and decided, sure, I'm not protesting anything right now. It is funny that all of these people spending $100,000 to get some kind of degree saw the crazy spitting retard guy picking up birds and putting them in a Ziploc bag and didn't think, I might be at the wrong educational institution. Nope. Not at all. Scousko says, Dad, SP flew into the window again. She is very, very smart. She just, she sees me as a wounded bird. She wants to put my wings back together and wishes she didn't. Mr. Q says, my bird in a baggie is called goose jerky. Thank you. $80 away from today's goal. Again, thank you guys very much. Oh, I think the YouTube chat's about to crash. It's running it's running very, very slow. I think we're about to see the crash of the YouTube. There it is. Yep, it's gone. We got to hit refresh. It seemed like it was starting to go. 80 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep gifting those memberships. Keep hitting like. Keep hitting subscribe. Keep hitting follow. The Fed is likely to keep cutting interest rates. We talked about this earlier today. We did move this one up a little bit. But multiple dangers lurk. The Fed is expected to lower interest rates by 1/4 point this week and could cut at the next 2 meetings as well. I don't think it should. 38% oppose a rate reduction. 66% believe it should. Having almost 40% of people say we shouldn't be cutting the interest rate right now is really important because it's hard to get people to vote against freer money. And that's what cutting the rate is. It makes money cheaper to borrow. So if you're like, hey, we're going to cut the rate, you should get an overwhelming majority of people being like, oh, right, this rules. This is awesome. It shouldn't be 60-40. By the way, 66%. Anybody want to check the math on this for me? 66% of experts believe the Fed should cut the rate. 38% oppose a rate reduction. Anybody want to put pen to paper on that one for me? 66% believe it should. 38% oppose. To quote Norm Macdonald, the math on this was done by a woman. 38, 66. Now, forgive me, I went to public school, but that's 38 and 66 is 104 where I'm from. No hobo. There. Oh, he says, where are you going to get registered? I mean that as a baby shower. I don't have to register for anything. You fucking prick. Drip set. Oh, Drip set, don't do that. If you don't want me to hit the goal, the worst thing you can do is say I'm not going to hit the goal today. That don't do it this early in the show, because then sometimes fans of the show will automatically rally so that we do win. So unless you're actually secretly trying to help me, which I like that, don't say that. Dripset Jack in the YouTube chat says no goal for Toe-Face today. Well, guys, you heard him. $80 away from today's goal. Dripset Jack says we're not going to hit it today. Now, that would be embarrassing because we've been on Wednesday's goal since the end of Monday's show. So, or is that, do I have that right? Yes. So we've been working on this goal for like 2.5 days. Dripset Jack says you're not going to hit the goal today. Sure. All right. Guys, Dripset Jack has officially purchased the first credit default swap on today's steel toe goal. Let's see if we can pump up the bubble. $80 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hobo says, see what I did there? A little manipulation. I'll go scoop those potatoes out of your pocket. No, Hobo. I didn't notice what you did there. Please explain. Oh, Dripset also says no chat, no goal, no show soon enough. Uh-oh. Are we... I've got 4 chats that I need to watch. They all seem to be moving. I'm pretty happy with them. But no show pretty... Uh-oh. Guys, we're ahead on both our goals, and I'm going to lose my show pretty soon. This isn't good. I wish you guys would tell me this shit. I'm glad I have guys like Dripset Jack who will give me a warning, and not you guys who will let me think that I've still got a show. Sorry, Dripset. It's just... It's easy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. It is Dripset Jack holding a credit default swap on the show today. $80 away from the goal. I want to say this. Dripset is brave because $80 is not hard for us to hit, even if it's in the last 5 minutes. So he is. It's not like we're $250 away at 9 o'clock and he's like, they're not going to hit it. That's not very ballsy. He's actually taking what I would call a brave stance. 648 is the number at the moment over on Rumble Studio. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I would appreciate it. Hey, guys, wouldn't you know, Israel says that the ceasefire in Gaza, it's not being respected, and they're going to go ahead and bomb the shit out of people. I'm sorry. Israel could totally be in the right on this, and I would still just blame it on them. Just because of their track record, I'll admit my bias. Because of their previous behavior, I don't believe any of the justification they give for bombing Gaza. I think they're just addicted to bombing. I think they want that land. I think they're going to find any way they can to wiggle out of this ceasefire deal. I think what happened was Israel became literally the most hated country on the planet. Everyone thought they were committing a genocide. And Trump's like, look, you guys got to sign this ceasefire deal. I can't be seen with you anymore. Your guys' opinion is the public opinion is in the shitter. So Netanyahu, I think, was kind of strong-armed into signing this ceasefire with a promise from Trump that if he did, Trump would get his back on these corruption charges and pitch for him to be pardoned by his government. And that's exactly what Trump did. So now, after the Israelis sign the ceasefire, they're saying, oh, the Palestinians are violating every day. We've got to bomb the shit out of them and kill more people. Israel's military says one of its troops has been killed in fighting in southern Gaza after Benjamin Netanyahu ordered new airstrikes in the Strip. Hey, you know where Israeli soldiers aren't being killed? Inside the fucking borders of Israel where they belong. I mean, unless Hamas allows a massive terror attack like they did on October 7th. But outside of that, nobody's killing IDF troops inside of Israel. It's strange. You know where they seem to be killing IDF troops? In the land that they're illegally occupying. The death was announced after witnesses, including an AP reporter and health officials, reported explosions and tank fire in Gaza City and Deir el-Bala. Wait a minute. The Palestinians don't have tanks. So this IDF soldier was killed, Israel says, but the AP and health officials say that there were explosions and tank fire in Gaza City. It's interesting because that tank fire wouldn't be coming from the Palestinians. Those came after Mr. Netanyahu ordered powerful strikes yesterday evening after Israel accused Hamas of attacking its forces in southern Gaza, straining the peace deal brokered by Donald Trump earlier this month. And this is my concern. Israel is just going to accuse Hamas of violating, and Hamas is such a shitty organization that enough people are going to believe it that they're going to go, well, you know, it looks like the ceasefire was broken. Hamas denied involvement in the attack in the city of Rafah. I mean, think about it. Israel will allow a terrorist attack inside of its own borders to justify going into Gaza. You don't think they'll do some kind of a false flag to get this ceasefire to be broken so they can go, see, we tried to be peaceful? Hamas denied involvement in Rafah and said in a statement that it remained committed to the U.S.-backed ceasefire. And I don't know about you. I'll ask the chat. I mean, who do you trust more? Who do you think has more credibility, Netanyahu or Hamas? I'll be honest with you. I do believe that Hamas has more credibility than Netanyahu. Not much. I mean, it's a pig and a dog, but Netanyahu also accused Hamas of violating the ceasefire by handing over remains that were of an Israeli hostage who was already recovered. Well, I mean, you can never have enough remains, right? A statement from the Prime Minister's office said, following the security consultations, Prime Minister Netanyahu instructed the military echelon to carry out powerful strikes in the Gaza Strip immediately. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance said the ceasefire, which began on the 10th of October, was holding, telling reporters that doesn't mean there aren't going to be little skirmishes here and there. And that's where I hope we're at. That's where I hope it stays. Little skirmishes. But to me, it seems like Netanyahu is spoiling for a fight. It seems like Netanyahu is just waiting to blow up one incident, one situation where he can go right back into Gaza City and take the thing. I don't trust Israel's motives. I don't trust Benjamin Netanyahu as an honest actor and an honest wanter of peace, if you will. It doesn't help that his partner in this is Hamas, and they're not exactly the most trustworthy guys either. But given the way they've behaved, I don't think Israel wants peace. I think they want the ceasefire to be broken. I think they want any excuse they can make to go in there and take the damn thing. I do. Sam Show says, the false flagging Greater Israel guy? No, he's legit. Exactly. I can't believe the guy. Veldrain says, I trust Benjamin Netanyahu to break the ceasefire. AC Volition says the first ever terror attack in the Middle East happened when Jews bombed the British hotel. The Zionist terrorists that bombed the British. was it the Stern Gang? The King David or the David Hotel or whatever it was. Reformed Rapscallion says Trump is obsessed with a Nobel Peace Prize for some reason. My thinking has shifted. We deserve the shit we get. We as a populace are too stupid to go on. Let's just call it. Oh, man. That's a lot. I wasn't going that way. Yeah, Lab Glass with a great point. Little squabble, a.k.a. 81 people dead. Yeah, remember that, by the way. So Netanyahu says one Israeli soldier was killed. Okay. These strikes that he ordered killed 81 people. 81 people. Hobo Chili with a great point says Obama killed brown people like it was government sanctioned. Well, yeah, right, it was. And he won the Nobel Peace Prize. But Obama was in there for 5 minutes when he won the Nobel Prize. Let's be honest. Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize for being a black guy as president of the United States. That's it. It's Barack Obama winning the Nobel Prize for being a black guy. Pretty good gig if you can get it. Mussolini Diff with $2 says IDF home visit. How's it going, folks? Nice day. Yeah, that's exactly how they do it. How did you know? $80 away from today's goal. Dripset Jack has already bet against today's goal. He hates the goal. He is not happy about the goal. So guys, whatever you do not take that $80 and knock it down any further than it already is. Certainly don't knock out the goal. Because I got to keep looking up his name. I forget who he is. Dripset has bet against it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's listen to a little bit of this Sky News coverage of what happened yesterday.
Two things really that have happened today, and they are very distinct, but also they converge. Number one is ongoing disputes about the return of the bodies of dead hostages. Now, part of the ceasefire agreement was the return of all of the hostages, living and dead. 48 of them in total. Well, the 20 living hostages have all been returned, but the question is about the speed or otherwise of the return of the deceased hostages.
Well, have you ever tried to sweep up bones off of a bombed out floor with caved in ceilings? I mean, Benjamin, maybe some of those hospitals and schools you bombed had some hostage remains in them. I mean, they're going to have to separate what is Israeli brick dust from cruise missile strikes and what is human remains. I mean, maybe don't make a mess of the place next time.
And that has been an ongoing debate with Hamas releasing them in slow numbers and saying that they are struggling.
Well, they're worried that if they release the dead hostage remains too quickly, Israel will shout, "He's got a gun!" and they'll just start firebombing the entire place.
To reach all of these bodies, and that is a contention that many in the Israeli political establishment simply don't believe or think.
You know what really hinders the ability to uncover human remains? Justifying strikes that kill 80 people. People tend not to want to move around willy-nilly if they're worried the Israelis are just going to start lobbing tank shells at them at any second. You're going to have an IDF soldier yelling, "It's coming right for us," and then 50 people die.
I think has been overstated. Now, playing to this, the fact that Hamas says that it will return another body of a deceased hostage tonight at 8 o'clock. So that's just, well, what are we now? We're 25 minutes to the hour now.
So listen to that. Hamas has to go, "Hey, guys, don't shoot. We're going to give you one of your dead people back. Please don't fire artillery shells at us, okay?"
It's really not far off that we're going to be coming to this an hour and a half. Whether or not they will still go through with that, we don't know, because the second element today is that Israeli troops said they came under fire in the southern area of Rafah. They say that Hamas attacked them.
Okay, but how do you know that's a Hamas attack and it's not like gang fire? Because the big problem they're having there after the ceasefire is that there's these roving gangs all over Gaza City. And you could just have gangs shooting at IDF soldiers, and then they go, "Oh no, that was Hamas. We need to go in there and run the shit again." This is what happens when you occupy an area. This is what happens when you're unwelcome occupiers. People shoot at you. So wouldn't it be wonderful if you could just get the fuck out of there, and then we don't have to worry about this shit? Thank you very much to Easy Money's wife for gifting a membership over on Rumble. Those gifted memberships are huge for the toe after our week off. Thank you, Easy Money's wife, gifting it to Tweety Logic. 75 away from today's goal. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Drip Set Jack is not, he like I said, he's betting against the Steel Toe dub today. Let's prove him wrong. We've got, how much time do we have? It's 9:11. Everybody make a wish. We got about an hour and 15 minutes to hammer this thing out. You know what? Let's see if we can get this 75 knocked out by the top of the hour. I think that would be great. We started at 170 today, so if we're struggling to hit today's goal, it means I really did do a dog shit job today. So hit the like, hit the follow, hit subscribe. I would love it. So there's your Israel update today. You thought that there was going to be this peace deal, and then all of a sudden, everything was going to go all quiet and we weren't going to get any news. No. They are still fucking up over this whole deal. What do you guys think about these? I feel like my audience likes and is totally fine with. Oh, we started at 150 today. Holy shit. So we've only made $75. I was wrong. I thought we started at 170. We started at 150 today, and we're at 75. Oh, yikes. Let's knock it out. AC Volition says, how about we stop funding this entire operation? I believe you're talking about Israel and not Steel Toe, but I could have it wrong. Wait, what kind of argument is that? Why should any nation take them? How about let them stay in their fucking land? Oh, I think you're behind. I think you're behind on that stuff. Israel should just back the fuck up. I don't know why this, it's almost like this ceasefire agreement was made to be broken so Israel could just have an excuse to go back in. Why wouldn't you have Israel just completely withdraw from Gaza, have their military go back to their borders where they'll be safe? I feel like Israel wanted to be able to slowly pull out of Gaza because that way they knew they'd catch fire and they'd get shot at. And I don't think Netanyahu gives a shit about a soldier's life. If he can get one dead soldier, he can bomb 80 Palestinians. So I think they wanted to set this thing up to where Israel would have plausible deniability to break it and be able to keep bombing the area. Dub gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Dub. That one getting to AC Volition, who's been a very welcome new chatter for the toe. Thank you very much. $70 away from today's goal. Finish it up. Break old Drip Set's heart. We would love that. Owl B. Joshin says, Benjamin Netanyahu going into Rafah. Are you enjoying God's latest gift? The violence. God gave us violence to wage in his honor. The only question is, can my violence conquer your violence? Well, yeah, when you get a tank and they get a bunch of concrete bricks from the buildings that used to be their hospitals and schools that were bombed out, yeah, I think your violence can probably conquer their violence. I think you'll be okay. But where are you guys at with these drug boats that we've been bombing? Because I don't think I'm okay with it. And I feel like my audience is going to call me a pussy for not being okay with bombing these suspected drug boats. This to me, Hobo mentioned Barack Obama bombing the weddings and shit in the Middle East when he was president. This kind of strikes me as that. Like, how sure, here's what I want to know. How sure are we that these are drug boats? Someone did break it down for me pretty well when they said, well, Aaron, how many poor Venezuelan fishermen do you know with $200,000 motors on their boats? That's a fair point. But like, how sure are we that these are drug boats and not pleasure cruisers? How do we know that they have narcotics on board? I mean, can they tell that from surveillance? Because we have been lighting up. I think we've lit up like more than 12 boats, but I think we've done 12 separate strikes on what we're calling drug boats, but what's our authority for doing it? I know we've declared the cartels a terrorist group, so now I guess once something is declared a terrorist group, you're allowed to just kill it, which is what an amazing end run around the Constitution, huh? We don't have to go get an authorization of force. We don't have to do the War Powers Act. Hell, we don't have to get a declaration of war, none of that. We're just saying they're criminals, and now we get to go bomb them because that's what the Constitution says. But that is the justification we're using. And look, I'm not going to lie. I mean, watching these boats, if they are drug boats, watching them get absolutely smoked is kind of fun. But I worry about a bunch of different things that I don't have answers to. Are these people on the drug boats voluntarily, or is this something they're being kind of forced into? Do we know that there are drugs on board? Are we going to end up bombing the fuck out of innocent people? I don't know. I like that we're doing something about drug trafficking and all this fentanyl that's coming into the country because it is hurting Americans. But I just want to make sure that I want to make sure that this isn't being done just so Trump can have some kind of spectacle so that he can celebrate some sort of victory, kind of like the Israeli peace deal. He got a piece of paper that Netanyahu put his name on, but is it worth a shit if he gets to keep killing people whenever he says boo? Ned's Rusty Taint says, blow them all up. Okay. Sam Show says it's just a spectacle to make Trump look like he's in charge. AC Volition says, if we don't bomb schools over a shooter, why does Israel bomb everything standing over their terrorist excuses? Israel flattened that entire land. Hamas is still there. Palestinian presence in the dust. And it's hard to say that that's not what the intent was. Sam Show says it's likely that we have CIA loading the boats and just calling back home when the boats, where the boats are. That's a good point. I mean, shit, if they can kill Charlie Kirk and murder world leaders, they could probably load up a drug boat without anybody knowing. Veldrain says, I heard that fisherman sniffle. They've got cocaine. Bomb them right now. Das Optic Nerve says Aaron prefers gravy boats. See, that's going out of your way. That's not even what we're talking about. That was hurtful. Chevrolet JB says, you have seen the videos. Would you get on them boats and go into the open ocean? Fuck no. Fuck no. Scousko says, we're not saying you can't have a speedboat. We're not even saying you can't drive a speedboat. You just can't drive a speedboat with drugs on it.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Sam Show says it probably costs more to bomb the boats than it's worth. Well, it probably does cost a lot. I think if they really are bombing actual drug boats, I think what the idea behind it is if we bomb 10 or 15 more of these things, they'll get the fucking hint and they'll go somewhere else. But that's not usually how it works with drug trafficking, is it? AC Volition says, governmental, it's mind control, folks. They are the biggest criminals, LOL. Ron Paul said, don't steal, government hates competition. Just struck me as a very Alex Jones type of thing to say. Mr. Q says they had struck 22 boats as of yesterday. Okay, so we've been going to town on these boats. $70 away from today's goal. Are we going to be able to hit by the top of the hour? Or is, again, I can't remember that fucking guy's name. I am so sorry I'm disrespecting you. The guy who shorted our goal today, Drip Set Jack. Don't let Drip Set Jack win, and certainly don't make me struggle to hit a $150 goal, because the way this week started, I was like, we're fucking aces over here. Versus how it's going, a little dicey. Mikey Two Milk says, I carry a gun everywhere I go every day. Don't tell me I can't have one in town. Now, wait a minute, Mikey, did you not hear the man?
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Do you hear how exasperated he is? He's tired of explaining it to you. Email from Marlana. Marlana says, just an FYI. I love FYI. You know, usually when a listener sends an FYI, it usually means that I said something really fucking stupid that doesn't make any sense, and they're probably right. I am behind in the chat, but you know, you were talking about Target laying off people. Hormel Genio is doing the same. Yesterday got an email announcing over 100 people were given the opportunity to take voluntary retirement. Rumors already spreading that the non-voluntary will be coming soon. Well, that's, again, we're talking about food processing. Target, Amazon, UPS, Genio, food processors, all of these places that are indicative of middle-class consumption are cutting back. That's not good. Veldrain says, hey, sir, can you edit this video? I'm pretty sure that's just a bunch of fish flying around in the sky. Do we have video of this latest strike? I think we do. I am worried about the constitutionality, and I know that's the new, like, oh, whatever, dork. But I am worried about the constitutionality of these strikes, and I am wondering what kind of process we go through to confirm that these are indeed drug boats. Let's get some details. Again, it's kind of becoming the new, oh, they're terrorists. You know, like when we would bomb weddings in the Middle East and kill a bunch of civilians, they'd go, oh, no, you see, they're drug boats. So it's totally fine that we blew them up extrajudiciously. I mean, I will say, having all those motors on one boat does not look like some poor Venezuelan fisherman. And I don't think that these poor Venezuelan fishermen go venturing out like halfway between Venezuela and Florida. So there is that, but whoa, that happened quick. Oof. Another one? Oh boy, he got lit up fast too. Boy, I will say this, those things sure do come to a stop pretty fucking quick, don't they? All right. That one, they're not even trying to smuggle. Those are just bales of cocaine like they're dropping hay off at a farm. I don't know, man. If those aren't marshmallows they're smuggling, these guys are dead to rights. Oh, that's going to ruin your weekend. Oh, boy. That turned into a Viking funeral pretty quick. Holy shit. That just turns into a Viking funeral. Holy shit. What an awful... See, like, 22 boats. We've destroyed 22 boats this way. How many are we going to have to destroy before Venezuelans just start going, you know, maybe being an avocado farmer ain't so bad. You know, maybe just picking crops is better than smuggling these drugs. I know I can make more driving the coke, but boy, those boats don't look like they have too many survivors on them, you know? It's not good. Reformed Rapscallion says UPS laid off 48,000 close to the holidays because of AI. We sure do like hitting ourselves. It's like I said, a lot of it's really, really bad indicators, if you will. Skousko says speedboat salesmen must be making bank on commission. Well, that, you know, you got to look at the good news. You know, people who sell boat motors and speedboats, they're doing very, very well in this economy. Just they're rooting for the Trump administration. Some Soper says each of those boat motors is $50,000 to $60,000 minimum. Yeah, I've heard people say that there's $200,000 worth of boat motors on those drug boats. Holy shit. 637 is the number that we're getting from the fine folks at Rumble Studio. All right, not only hit like, not only hit subscribe, but all right, you win. I'm getting my ass kicked a little bit today. $70 away from today's goal out of a total 150. You know, oh shit, I'm dropping stuff all over. I saw I was pounding on the table and my gift that SP got me while I was in jail fell down, and that needs to be picked up immediately. It's not worth going to jail. It's not worth going to jail. That one. We can never just we always have our perfect weeks, but we can never have them perfectly. You know, the way Monday started, I was like, we got this shit. This is looking pretty smooth. And now we're on to Wednesday, and we're $70 away, and it's 9:25. This is basically now turning into a normal day, like we started at 290. And now we're just inside of 100 at 9:30. So go ahead, help us knock this out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. So the last hour of this show doesn't turn into trying to make sure, I keep forgetting his name, trying to make sure Dripset Jack doesn't get his way. By the way, that YouTube chat really is crawling. It is fucking crawling today. I have struggled. Veldrain, and it sucks because I'm enjoying today's show, but then again, I always enjoy today's show. Veldrain says Venmo always has something in it. Nope. Nothing in it. Nothing. We've barely made it halfway today on a 150. All right, let's do this Abby Phillip clip. I thought this was great. Look, I'm not of the opinion that Charlemagne the God is turning into a Republican anytime soon, but he is one of these liberals who has fucking had it with Democrats. He is, I think he's just about done. I don't know if he's going to start a new party with Stephen A. Smith or what's going on, but Charlemagne is having a hard time humoring a lot of these Democratic media types. He tried to talk to Abby Phillip from CNN about CNN's liberal bias. And Abby Phillip was having a hard time admitting that they have a liberal bias. They did come to an agreement, though, and we finally got a CNN person to admit that they're not coming at it, from a balanced perspective, shall we say. Let's play this clip from The Breakfast Club.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How do you feel when people say that CNN is a network that just does what you just said you don't want to do? Like, your show is different because you bring on these different voices, but I've even seen people say...
Bring on a different voice? That's everybody. All these cable news shows now, except MSNBC, they always bring on a token conservative or a token liberal. Abby Phillip's show has, who's that? Scott Jennings. They bring on one conservative. They bring on Scott Jennings, and then a bunch of liberals call him racist for a half hour, and then he gets to talk for like 2 minutes. And by the way, I saw somebody yesterday, some celebrity, who was saying that, or a politician, that was mad at CNN for even having Scott Jennings on, that he's a Nazi apologist and he's this terrible guy. So even when you have a show that's like 6-on-1, it's still not enough because you shouldn't allow that one guy on there. That's a problem.
That they feel like sometimes the other voices that are brought on are kind of brought on just because they have to be there, not because like anybody truly wants them there, because CNN is known to be, or people think CNN always leans one way. How do you...
This is the same thing that they did with Fox News back in the day. Do you remember when Sean Hannity had a partner, Alan Colmes, and they had the show Hannity and Colmes? So Hannity used to have a co-host who was this bug-eyed, alien-looking liberal fucker. And he was like Clinton liberal. He wasn't even like super far lefty. And they put this bug-eyed creep next to this guy who looked like he just came out of a varsity Letterman's jacket. And this was supposed to be fair and balanced. Like, here's this conservative, and him and Newt Gingrich are going to make fun of the bug-eyed alien fuck for an hour, and we're going to call it fair and balanced. See, we have a liberal, Alan Colmes. What? You got Alan Colmes? Why don't you bring Al Gore on as a co-host? No, because we've got Colmes. So there's a reason they call it a token. It's your token liberal or your token conservative or token white, token black, whatever. It's there so that when people accuse you of being biased, you can go, come on, we've got our own bug-eyed alien.
Feel about that.
It does.
And it's your network, so you don't really...
look, I would say it's fair to say that CNN, we're not Fox News, but we're also not MSNBC. That's true. We're probably center left, and I think that has a lot to do with our audience.
And I can hear people groaning at that. I can hear people going, oh, come on, center left. You really think you're center left? You guys are so liberal and blah, blah, blah. I think that's fair. I not only do I think that's fair, I also think you got to consider the source here. The woman who basically runs like CNN's biggest show is not going to go, oh yeah, we're flaming lefties. Like, her conceding that they're center left is about the best you're going to get out of them.
But when you actually watch CNN, we have Republicans on every hour of the day. every single.
It's funny. Like when you actually watch CNN, it's like, oh, you know what? That's the problem. Nobody's actually watching CNN. That was actually a little on the nose and kind of accurate, sadly. She's like, actually, if you took the time to actually turn on our channel and watch it. Oh, you see, that's what I'm doing wrong. See, I'm busy doing literally anything else but watching CNN. Don't get me wrong. I'm not so busy that I couldn't turn on CNN. It's just whatever I happen to be doing, playing video games, prepping a show, golfing, picking my own asshole is always something I'd rather be doing other than watching CNN.
Single one. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I'm trying to list things in my head that I'd rather do. Clench my butt cheeks and push as hard as I can, trying to prompt a hemorrhoid. I think that's probably out there above watching CNN. There's probably, you guys could probably make a list in the chat of things you're too busy doing to actually check out CNN.
Maybe with very few exceptions, but virtually every hour of the day. So they're not always on in the context that we put them on. But we, as a network, have a diversity of viewpoints on the air, more so than our competitors. And so
I don't know, man. I think Fox puts on a lot of Republicans. It's like she's right about one thing. MSNBC, all they have on there is liberals. But like Fox, and again, just like CNN uses Scott Jennings to try and be the punching bag, Fox will bring on liberals. Fox will bring on Democrats to debate them. I do think they're probably used a little bit as punching bags, though. I would say CNN and Fox are closer to each other than like CNN and MSNBC in terms of like how they do things.
I mean, liberal media is a criticism that I think we hear a lot, but there's also way more liberal media and way more conservative media. And so I don't put that much stock in it.
That is a really that's a painful answer that she just gave. Essentially, she's saying like, yeah, we're part of the problem, but what about those guys over there? They're really part of the problem. That's kind of it's sort of a half-throated, shitty defense of your network to go like, okay, do we suck? Are we political hacks that bring tokens on? Yeah, we are, but look at how bad those guys are. I don't know. Anytime I find myself being compared to MSNBC to look better, I don't know if it's that good of a look. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, has a black woman ever come on to you? Yes, at a wedding. One time. I spent much of my time at that wedding with a beautiful black lady. She was very, very cute. It was a wedding in Brewster, Minnesota. Believe it or not. And there was a black family there at the wedding in Brewster, Minnesota. And I know I wasn't old enough to drink yet. I think I was probably like 16 or 17. And yeah, I hung out with that chick pretty much the whole night. I remember her. I think her name was Megan. She was very, very pretty. Very pretty. Vince Griswold says, I can't watch CNN. I am very busy. Lansing boils. No, wait a minute. Lansing boils is very important. Lansing boils is something you need to, it is skincare. I don't think CNN qualifies. On a Wall says, whatever it is you are doing, just call yourself that and there won't be any problems. Just don't say you're neutral. That's just it. If you try to do the thing where they're like, what? We're just centrists. What? We're just calling it as we see it. It's easy to call bullshit on that. But if you just say like, yeah, we're a liberal network, or yeah, we're center left, or yeah, we lean conservative, I think you get a little more leeway. Brian writes, Aaron, was this one of your weddings? No, it was not one of my weddings. I was not the one getting married. I understand the accusation, and I understand any skepticism that may come with said accusation. but it's not true. All right, guys, we are $70 away from today's goal. Let's list the negatives so far of today. Let's list where I fucked up and where I apparently have not. I believe I've done a good show, but let's clarify. I have not done a show that people want to see today. Numbers down. Goal $150. It's only down to $70, and the YouTube chat is dead as fuck. So, not a win for the toe so far today, but guys, let's do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, beg, shake, shake, shake. Let's be very clear about something. Begging for a $150 goal is a huge loss for the toe. And on my week back from jail, I was talking to SP about this yesterday. I said, it really, my jail, the whole jail thing was huge news on Monday, and people were watching. They wanted to check it out, whether you love me, whether you hate me. And my whole presentation of the jail thing was brilliant. Best programming that was on that day. Nobody could do it better. However, it's gone away really quick. My jail thing is not news anymore. Nobody gives a shit. I think this show has moved on from it. Everybody's kind of moved on from it. So I think the measurement of an L for the toe is just the fact that you'd struggle with any goals during back from jail week. I'll say this. I think that's a bad indicator. I will definitely give you that. People say oh, the toe never says he loses or whatever. That's bullshit. I say that all the time. I say this is not a good look. So $70 away. Let's get it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've been at 70 for a while now. It hasn't moved. 638 is the number that we're getting spit out at us from Rumble Studio. Today's show has not been good. Not been good statistically, monetarily, but quality-wise, I'd sell it. I believe in it. I like it. So kill my insecurity. Let's knock this thing out. It's getting embarrassing. $70 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's talk about our friends let's talk about the paying customers. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, whether you go in the ditch, you get stuck on the side of the road, the car stalls, you get in an accident, no matter what renders your vehicle immobile. Nobody better to pick you up quicker than All Care Towing. Nice guys. I love them. You'll love them. Put the number in your phone, especially as it gets colder here in Minnesota. Better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Speaking of better than have it and not need it than need it and not have it, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com, whether it's home defense, whether it's personal carry, they've got it for you. Not only that, Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory have the knowledge, the insight, and the know-how to get you what you're looking for, no matter what your experience level. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Knives, optics, parts and gear, the entire suppressor process, start to finish, can be handled under one roof with them. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. It's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. That means 250 can night. Head on out for Halloween on Friday night. That's the place you need to be. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Live music every single weekend at Stoney's. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Say hello to Cheetos and my friends at Stoney's. $2 from Joey Caravello says, does Midland Armory sell antique guns? If you go into their store, there was a really cool looking revolver that they had in there, but go to their website and you can find out. Go ahead and check out the entire selection. MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com. That's all we had during reads was that one $2 drop. We need you. $70 away. 45 minutes left in the show. An embarrassing morning for the toe. on a show that I really did think was pretty solid. All right, let's watch a couple of alleged adults try to fly together. I love airline videos. What is it about? Kenneth Copeland got a lot of shit one time, the mega church pastor. He got a lot of shit for saying that flying with people in commercial airline flights was flying in a tube full of demons. And everyone was like, wow, what an elitist, what a piece of shit. And like every time I see videos like this, I think to myself, like when I fly by myself with somebody else, when I go on vacation, I'm like, I love flying. Flying's great. It's peaceful. It's nice. Whatever. You watch a movie. It's like being in jail. But when you see videos like that, you go, okay, I kind of see what Kenneth Copeland is talking about. It really is a tube full of demons. In this video, a gentleman is going to recline his seat back. Now, if you've been on a standard airline seat, they don't recline very far. You can push your back against it, and there's a little bit of give. You can sit back a little. It's fine. It's okay. The person behind this guy is such a fucking infant about it that he actually puts his knees up into the back of the other guy's chair and pushes back against him. I mean, just... what is it? Is it the oxygen they pump into the thing? Is it the pressure? What causes otherwise normal adults to behave like such babies when they get on an airplane? I mean, to me, flying in a plane is the ultimate who gives a shit, just get to your destination. This is remarkably temporary. I mean, it is that kind of vibe. So why people would create problems for themselves on an airplane, I don't get it. Let's go ahead and watch these two. You tell me who's in the wrong. Personally, I think the guy up front should be able to punch the guy in the back in the face. Look at him. He's literally putting his hands and his knees on the back of the guy's seat so that he can't recline backwards. Childish doesn't even begin to describe it. The guy might as well also be going, no. No, I don't want you to recline.
Hey, just switch seats, dude.
And is this cunt playing chess? So this guy has the brain to play a heady game like chess, but a guy reclining, his autism can't handle it, and he literally needs to push him. Look at this. So now this flight attendant has to come over like it's a goddamn kindergarten class. He won't stop putting his feet on my chair. Sir, can you stop putting your feet on his chair? Yeah, but he won't stop leaning back and he's bothering me. Can you guys? You're almost going to have to handle this like you do handle two fighting children. It's like, you know what? You look away from him. You look away from him. You stop looking at each other. Stop bothering each other. Or I'll take both your toys away. If you didn't hear what she said, she's explaining to this asshole that this guy in front is allowed to recline his seat back. This grown man has to be told that the man in the seat ahead of him is allowed to lean back in his chair. Again, I don't know what it is about airplanes that make people turn into 4-year-olds, but it never fails. And this isn't even Spirit. Imagine paying bare bones for an economy seat and thinking that you're entitled to anything. I mean, do you want leg room? You can pay more. You can get more leg room. Do you want to sit up in first class? It's going to cost you a couple grand extra. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'd like to sit in what I know to be the cheapest no-frills seat possible, but I'd still like you to treat me like an English lord. No, that ain't how the game goes. I'm sorry, buddy. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1. Why do I need to know this? Numero uno says, hi, Toe. Hi, numero uno. Good to see you, buddy. He says, Hi, Toe. Last night, Zumock let everyone know that he sleeps in separate bedrooms from his girlfriend that he first met 4 months ago and just moved in with. Your thoughts? Your thoughts? My thoughts on that would be 4 months is a little early to be moving in. I would also say that's not necessarily a bad thing. That could work. Sleeping in separate beds could be good for the relationship long term if you want it to work a long time. It kind of teaches discipline and control and restraint and everything else. Moving in together after 4 months. I mean, look, Chad's like what, 50? He's a big boy. He's a grown man. He can go live with a girl if he wants to. I don't know if moving in 4 months though is a good idea. But I guess if she's 50 as well, if you're both 50, it's like, why would we waste time? You know, we're old. We're fucking old. We're past middle age. We're old people now. Let's just get moved in. Numero Uno says also he has never lived with a woman before. He's 50. Look, I'm 38. I've lived with multiple women before, and it didn't go very well for me. So I'm going to say that I know you want me to fight with Chad. I know you want me to say bad stuff about Chad. There, but for the grace of God go I. Maybe if I would have waited until 50 to move in with a woman, I might be in a little bit better shape in terms of the female relationship thing. Hey man, numero uno, I appreciate you wanting to use me as the cudgel against Chad Zumock. I'm honored that you chose me. But don't act like me commenting on someone else's relationship behavior is somehow going to come from a place of any kind of positive authority. All right? I think 4 months is a little early, but he's old as fuck. Maybe you should move in. Just throw caution to the wind. But as far as, they sleep in the same bedroom, Toe, isn't that fucked up? I don't know. At this point, I'm starting to think maybe that's what I should be trying. Not with this one, though. Not with this one. $2 from Abel Graham says, what's the deal with airline peanuts? Thank you. $2 from On a Wall says, well, then don't put the pad there and represent that they will be able to use it when it is unusable if the person in front leans back. Oh, the touchscreen? I did not know this. Numero Uno with $1 says, so you're saying your life would be better if you were also gay. That's not, I don't know how did anyone else get that out of what I just said? I don't think that was a I'm gay thing. I don't think I said I would have been better off as a gay guy. $5 from Matthew Q over on PayPal says, for the show. Thank you very, very much. Hey guys, that puts us $60 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can squeeze this one out, huh? 40 minutes left. $60 away from today's goal. Satellite Man. Becoming a member for 3 months. Says quality is low too, as it were, if you will. Wait. Quality of the video because of Rumble Studio or quality of the program? Either way, it hurts my feelings. It really, really hurts my feelings. $60 away from today. We got to knock this out. Because we've been on this goal since the end of Monday's show. So this would technically be 2.5 shows worth of effort for this Wednesday goal. $60 away. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock this out. Make sure that you throw in your $100 welcome back as well. Those are very crucial. And gifting memberships. Really big. Numero Uno with $1 says, moving on, remember when you described walking 4 miles as if you were a Vietnam vet telling a war story? So I take it you aren't going to be doing cardio daily anytime soon. 4.5 mile trek is no joke at 30 degrees. It's not bad. Gray Duckling with $20. There's our boy Gray. Atta kid.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Thank you very much. He says, for the best Light in the Loafers podcast. That's not how we bill this show as Light in the Loafers. That's not what I like to call it. $45 away from today's goal. There we go. Go ahead and knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Oh, Mimi, you got to come over and join us on Rumble. That's where all the chatting's done. By the way, we're at 667, 665, according to Rumble Studio. Don't let that bother you. We're having fun. Everybody here's having a good time. Speaking of having a good time, this is going to sound weird. Some of you are going to be like, you fucking liar. You said you were having a good time. I listened to some Keanu yesterday. There was this SP just after what I said about the Chad thing, SP texted me and said, just go be with your black lady wedding friend then. I was 16. You weren't even born yet. No, I'm just kidding. I try to go younger every time. But I was watching a Keanu clip yesterday. It popped up on my algorithm in between all the gambling and mafia videos and Russian Revolution videos and Nick Fuentes shit that's in my algorithm. A wild Kiki popped up. Oh, you know what it was? No, it did not pop up in my algorithm. I went and checked out my boy Misery Loves Clips. He's the only clip guy that I go check out. I like the way he works. So Misery Loves Clips put up this clip, and it just made me, like, I was right again. It just made me feel so right about my take on people who do drama farming content. Like, if all your show is watching someone else, they're better than you. You are unoriginal, and you can't do any content. So Keanu was, I guess, her and Gino while I was locked up. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't locked up. I was free by this time. But Gino and Keanu, now, stop me if this is boring the shit out of you, because it should. It's so gay. But the fact that people focus on this stuff is so pathetic. Keanu and Gino did a comedy show with Stuttering John Melendez. Stuttering John Melendez, formerly of the Howard Stern Show. By the way, here's the saddest thing about that whole John deal. First of all, if you're watching John in order to make your money, he wins. You lose. You're also less than him. You need him to make your money. If you can't, if saying that I'm not going to talk or watch John anymore would cost you money, John wins, you lose. I'm sorry. I know people have a hard time with that. People have been mad at me for saying that for years. But it is the same thing with me. If you have to fight to be able to stalk and harass whatever Aaron, because you would lose all your money and it would cripple you financially, then Aaron wins and he owns you. Same thing with John. And also, John is more famous and more successful than anyone who follows him. Like, you could go to anyone in your family and say, Stuttering John Melendez. They'll know who that is. Anybody who follows him and talks about him, they'll say who. So Keanu goes and does a show with him. Then she goes and does a stream with John. Now, John's not my cup of tea. I don't find him entertaining at all, but I also don't see why he's this guy who needs to be followed and watched. He's just a guy doing shows. But again, I think if you're bankrupt for content, especially a guy like Carl, somebody put it really well on one of these shows. They said, Carl doesn't have any talent. Like, Carl is just kind of a dorky autistic guy who can gather a bunch of clips and play them. He's kind of Opie, he's a less talented version of Opie, sadly. I know that's going to offend him and he'll seethe about it, but it's true. It's actually a compliment for him. He's not a funny guy. He's not a talented guy. He's not a good broadcaster, but he autistically can gather clips. When he goes and does anything live where he can't just play a bunch of clips in his basement, he's utterly lost. It's unwatchable. But he got mad. He's still butthurt that Keanu kind of owned him on the Chrissy Mayer thing and kind of exposed him. So Keanu is on with John, and I guess Anthony's girlfriend, which that's your identity, you're Anthony's girlfriend. Not the choked one, not the one that said that he was with a trans woman, or not the one that wrote a big article about how psychologically abusive he is. The current one, the older one. She is so obsessed with these podcasts that when Keanu was on with John, she texted Keanu she wanted the link, which is so pathetic. No, you don't. Go do something fun. You're dating a millionaire. Go do fun rich people things. Don't just watching. If you're watching Keanu with John, that's sad. And then if you're like, send me the link. So she said, secretly send me the link. And Keanu read that text and laughed about it and gave her a shout out and everything. She flew off the handle. I don't know if she was drunk or she had some kind of problem, but she flew off the handle and started feverishly texting Keanu. Then she spent 2 minutes on some loser's stream talking about how terrible and what a piece of shit Keanu was. And they all had this big cope session, which they like to have about me, but I just find it funny. They have this 2-hour cope session. I think Keanu found it funny too, where they just all aired their grievances about how Keanu had done them wrong. Here's what these guys do. They voluntarily follow someone. Then that person shits all over them and doesn't give them any respect and just kind of treats them like goofs. And then they get angry at that person and yell about them for 2 hours. It's like, you guys understand these are all, you're poking your own bruises. So I watched that and I kept getting embarrassed. I went, these people are all older than me. And this is what they're choosing to ruminate on and obsess over. And it's like, God damn, guys, go do something. This is so sad. And Keanu handled it brilliantly. I don't know what kind of kryptonite Keanu has, but she just causes these people to have fucking meltdowns. And I don't know why. There's something about minding your own business and just doing shows that really causes people to get upset. Rogue Veda with $100 over on Rumble. Holy shit, Rogue Veda. Thank you very much.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh my God. Rogue Veda says, welcome back, sir. Let's get an Elon. You got yourself an Elon and the goal has been knocked out for today. So now where does that put us? 55. Oh shit, I'm so bad at math. Oh, we're 235 away from Thursday. So that's we're almost at 230 for tomorrow's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Rogue Veda welcoming me back. Does that get him in the top 5? No, he's tied for the top 5. So I guess the thing that got them all worked up was Keanu got choked up because Anthony's girlfriend went all psychotic on her. And what Keanu didn't realize was that all of these people are just using each other because they want to do a podcast. And they just use each other for access and clout. It's so fucking gay. Go find real friends. You guys, stop living your life this way. So Keanu lives in the real world, and she thought this person was her friend. Unfortunately, her boyfriend just drinks and plays video games all the time, so she has to entertain herself by watching John Melendez. Again, you can think Stuttering John's the worst guy in the world, but if you just get drunk and watch him all the time, or you're dependent on him for your income, I've got bad news. He's better than you. He's higher up the food chain, and he wins. And that should be embarrassing. So Keanu, I guess, started crying while she was, I don't know if it was while she was talking to John, or Kevin or whatever it was. She starts like getting choked up. I wouldn't call it crying, but she starts getting choked up because this woman who's been her friend is now just obsessively, drunkenly hounding her via text message. And girls are sensitive and girls get choked up. Watching a bunch of guys do streams and not understanding how women work. And this is coming from a twice divorced guy. So you guys are really fucked up. Like they're like surprised that when women are betrayed or when women are being harassed or bothered or bombarded, they get emotional and they get choked up. That's what they do. And these guys were having a hard time understanding that. So then Keanu does her own show with this Ava person, and they just started roasting these people and talking about how pathetic it is. There's nothing worse than when you're raging and seething at someone and they just go, you guys, this shouldn't be that big of a deal to you. But, oof. If not getting the link to a Stuttering John show is the thing that ruins your day and your friendship, time to reevaluate things. It's never too late to reevaluate. Sergeant Hulka with $5 says 230. By the way, let me know if this causes anybody to have a little meltdown on their podcast too, because I do like that. I do kind of I do enjoy it. Yeah, Jim Sharkey says, it's not coping and seething, it's pointing and laughing. It's not, though. I mean, when you watch these guys, Carl gets his high-pitched girl voice and he starts talking in that elevated speech pattern, meaning he's not in control. You're whining and bitching that someone read your text and giggled. I'm sorry, that's not pointing and laughing. That is not pointing and laughing. I'm sorry. And then I guess Kevin got so mad that she did a comedy show with John that he banned her from his show. Again, any adult listening to the sound of my voice that doesn't go, oh my God, this is remarkably retarded, you have mental problems. If I go, hey, this Kevin guy banned Keanu from doing his show because she talked to a guy this Kevin guy doesn't like, the accurate reaction to that should be you going, oh, Aaron, so all of these people are in second grade, correct? No. In fact, all of them but one is older than me by a considerable margin. I mean, I'm laughing at how retarded and childish these people are, and I just got out of jail. So I also know that everybody has their biases, so it's easy to rattle those cages too. $1 from Chevy fan says, siding with Kiki to get these guys to cover you because your numbers are low is pathetic. If that's the cope. You know me, I've always just liked making fun of people. Chevy fan, come on now, buddy. That's the other problem is a lot of these people have drank the Kool-Aid. Like they've totally dove into these drama podcasts and they're like, well, I'm a this person guy or I'm a that person guy. Again, 7-year-old. I have an 8-year-old and they've grown out of that behavior. Guys, trying to do better. Oh my God. We're going to move on now. Now that here's what Aaron does. Aaron clears off the table, sets a big fire, watches people get mad, and then goes, all right, guys, see you later. I got other things I got to do on my show here. Thank you guys for knocking it out. We are 2:30 away from tomorrow's goal, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Rogue Veda, for the $100. Amazon, I'm sorry, my voice is just fucking gone as of yesterday. So we talked about those Amazon layoffs, where Amazon's going to be laying off like 10,000 or not, was it 50,000 people? They're laying off a shitload of people. It turns out that speaking of streaming, some of that is going to hit Twitch. It looks like 500 people on Twitch are going to lose their jobs. Amazon's Twitch division is expected to eliminate 500 roles in their layoffs. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but I can't imagine that too many people work for Twitch. I mean, you talk about something that could be AI and bot run. How many people work for Twitch? 3 citing current employment count vary, with some sources citing around 500 to 600 employees. Well, that would be everybody, so that doesn't make sense. While other figures, including a July 2025 report, suggest a larger number with approximately 3,213. Okay, that makes more sense. So about 1/6 of their employees are being laid off because of this Amazon thing. Twitch has been going through it lately anyway because they're another company that's kind of let their politics get ahead of like doing a good job, right? Like the Hassan Piker thing is a classic example. Every time Hassan Piker like roots for terrorists, and I wish I had a better way of saying that, but Hassan Piker roots for terrorists. They're like, we love Hassan. We're going to sing happy birthday to him. He's great. And it's just they've kind of become the blue-haired liberal progressive of the streaming world. You know, if Rumble's kind of the caveman conservative, Twitch is the blue-haired at the No Kings rally. And the fact that they're cutting jobs does not surprise me. I mean, Twitch, for most companies, these streaming services are a loss leader. Like, for example, YouTube, Alphabet, Google, they own YouTube. YouTube is there to be another piece of media that they can have and control. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but YouTube now has a corporate algorithm. If you're a show like this, or you're a show that's just starting off or whatever, you're not getting in the algorithm. Jimmy Dore was talking about this not too long ago. The kind of content we do gets flagged as too risky. So we will never make it into the algorithm, even though we're one of the best shows out there. We very funny, but also talking about a lot of news stuff. The way we talk about it, and I made peace with this a long time ago. I've been limiting my access to larger audiences just so we could have an honest show for a long time. But you're not going to be able to do stuff like this and get in the algorithm. You have to have corporate backing. If you don't have corporate backing, they kind of scratch YouTube's back now, and they have what's called a corporate algorithm. There's been a lot of reporting on this. They don't want the grassroots people getting a foothold. Makes sense. So YouTube, you need so much bandwidth to store all of these videos and allow for all of this streaming that it's really hard for YouTube to turn a profit. Luckily, being in the Alphabet portfolio, they need to have some things that do incur a loss to kind of balance the books at the end of the year. So that's what YouTube's for. They acquire it so they can have more influence in the media and they can have a loss leader. Twitch is the same way. I don't believe Twitch has ever turned a profit. I haven't looked it up for YouTube, but I'm pretty sure Twitch has never turned a profit. It got bought out by Amazon, and now it's one of the things that helps them balance their books. Same thing with Rumble. Rumble is I want to say it's a Peter Thiel invested thing to have some conservative influence in media. And it doesn't necessarily have to turn a profit. As long as you've got big companies or wealthy billionaires to support it, everybody's going to want to influence the media with their money if they can. And that's to be expected. So Twitch firing 500 people, I don't want any of you to get your hopes up and go, oh, Twitch is going away. Twitch isn't going anywhere. This is just downsizing because all of Amazon is downsizing. Twitch is valuable to Amazon simply because it loses money in an odd way. SP says, you thinking age is an insult again, bitch, LOL. I wasn't trying to insult the elderly. I was just pointing out that they are elderly and they fascinate over an older man, more successful man than them. It's a little odd. It's a little odd. Vince Griswold, to answer your question, I would say, yeah, Mersh would be a good bet. I think Mersh is probably better at all that stuff because he has a little bit of a broadcasting background, so he doesn't go so psychotic with it. I don't think. I think he does a little bit better job with that. A bill from either Mr. Approachable or King Kong Dong. I always forget. I think this is Mr. Approachable. He sent me a bill for $50 because he's the one who always tells me, quit talking about fucking drama. Nobody cares. See, like when you do a real show, your audience wants you to do content. They don't want you doing drama shit because drama is it's slop that people do when they have no talent. So Mr. Approachable, he demands more out of me. I'm not going to pay him, but I did move on from the drama, so that's the payment that I'm going to have. Cheetos from Stonies says, good morning. Halloween costume party Friday and Saturday. Come and see if Grand Pumbaa has the balls to wear his Nazi costume. Oh, shit. Friday and Saturday at Stonies. Halloween costume party. Cheetos, can you let me know if you guys are doing any prizes for the Halloween costume party? I would like to know so we could talk about that, but go ahead. Put on your best costume. I wanted to do like a jailbird costume this year, but that doesn't make any sense because it's just a little too on the nose. I could always go get my custom-made Ric Flair robe that I have, put on a blonde wig, and just go as the Nature Boy. That's kind of an evergreen costume. Otherwise, I don't know what I'd go as. You know, I'm taking the kids out Friday, obviously. We're going to a bunch of us are going to take the kids out. Grandma, Grandpa. Actually, it'll probably end up being Grandpa and I. I don't think Grandma will probably stay behind and hand out candy. But the kids, I gave the kids a choice. I go, which neighborhood do you want to go out in? Because they've gone out in this neighborhood a couple of times. They've gone out in Grandma and Grandpa's neighborhood a couple of times. And they've done their research and they said, you know what, Dad, Grandma and Grandpa's neighborhood gives out better candy. And I'm like, you know what? It is kind of, it's a skewing older neighborhood. The olds don't have kids, so they're not taking their kids out. They're going to have like the full candy bars and the cans of soda and shit like that. So I get it. I don't take it personally. Rexstart parody account says go as Larry Bird. Yes. No. I gotta go. Well, no, I can't go as Larry Jailbird because that'll give it away to the kids, and we don't want to do that. You know what? Larry Bird. That's a good one. I could get the same Ric Flair wig, too, and go as Larry Bird. Dress as Riley Reid since you were friendly with the blacks, says Chevy fan. Or Adriana Chechik, or unfortunately, there's a lot of them you could pick. $5 from Gray Duckling says, where's my hat and where's Cocktiff's sweatshirt? Starting to notice a trend. Cocktiff is not owed a sweatshirt, and he hasn't sent me an email about it. And by the way, you want to know where your hat is? I was in jail. Friday is our next order day. I got you. Don't worry about it. Fauci's Pangolin says, you could wear a banana hammock and play Where's Waldo. I'd rather not. 09 Canyon says, you just want to wear the short shorts. I'm not going to wear short shorts and go as what do you call it? Go as Larry Bird. I should go as Larry Bird, though. That would be a good. I don't think I want to commit to the short shorts, but going as Larry Bird would be fun. Let's go to a couple of texts. Very serious. You need to go to an ear, nose, and throat doctor and make sure you don't have vocal cord nodules. They can ruin your voice. It could be why your voice is getting more hoarse. A quick check will let you know, but they do stick a camera down your nose with some numbing agent, of course, to look at the cords. It's quick and simple, but necessary for someone who uses their voice the way you do. That's true. I was kind of chalking it up to the fact that I've been resting my voice for a week, and now I'm using it this way again. But after 20 years of running my mouth for a living, you might be right. I could have some nodules. If you want birds to avoid your window, just buy 3 of any window cling you don't hate and put them on the windows. No more dead birds. Well, there's the solution. Another person writing in, your last marriage went from meeting each other to moving in to married in 3 months. Beat that, Zumach. That is not true. April and I met in late January. She moved in July, so that would be 6 months. The only thing is we were hooking up starting in February. And then I don't think we were like official until like April. It was the NFL draft. The 2020 NFL draft was the official day. And then she moved in July. Ooh, yeah, that is only, you know what? That's three months after being official, but 6 months after meeting. So like I said, I have no room to tell Chad Zumach anything. And then we got married in 2021. So we married a little over a year after officially being together, and about a little over a year and a half after meeting. God, that's way too soon. Guys, I'm starting to think I might have fucked that thing up. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, mayhaps I get a hat too, please? Send me an email. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, make Aaron jog again. # Team SP. There's no excuse not to. I am getting a new heavy bag today, if that helps. Also, Cheetos says there are prizes for costumes on Friday and Saturday, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. If I didn't have the kids all weekend, I'd go win a costume contest on Saturday. Tell you that. Ray Peacock says Chad's already been kicked out onto the couch. If he's telling people that he's sleeping in different beds than his girl, that's kind of honorable. Like that he's being honest about that. That must be something they're doing to slow things down. I know a lot of people are not going to agree with me because I'm not being really mean to Chad, but like I said, I am not the guy to be telling people how to form a successful relationship outside of just don't do what I did. Numero uno says me and SP refer to you as her, quote, new heavy bag. Hey, you'd have a heavy bag too if you were in for a week. Ray Peacock says you already have 2 heavy bags. I want to believe that you mean my balls, but I'm thinking you mean my tits. In fact, right after the show, I have to go pick up my brand new heavy bag. And I'm getting it because it's a vintage one. It's a vintage Everlast heavy bag. I have a brown pair of vintage boxing gloves, like the really old, like the baseball gloves from like the 1920s. I have boxing gloves that are kind of like that. And I don't want to use them too much because I don't want to I don't want to destroy them. I don't want to wreck them or hurt them. But now I have a vintage Everlast heavy bag too from like the 50s or 60s. I'm really excited about it. It's the weird shit we get excited for. But anyway, there was something about Chad or heavy bags or, oh yeah, I have tits. Tee-hee-hee. Ha ha ha. Now I'm in on the joke. Miss Tay says, I think he means your boobies. Oh, thank you. I had no idea that he meant my boobies. The cleaner says, so you're making another excuse for no working out. No, I can't use no boxing gloves for no working out. Jesus, you can't open a gym bag, a closet door, or a cabinet in my garage without finding a fucking pair of boxing gloves. I got so many. So there's no getting out of that one. I do need a new clock. A new like a gym clock, unfortunately. Sam Show says you could have had an 85-inch TV. I don't get to treat myself to an 85-inch TV because, as SP said, you just got out of jail. Numero Uno says there's a vintage heavy bag hanging from that jaw already. That hurts. That really okay. That one's devastating. That one's devastating. That hurts. Silverwolf with $2 says email sent. I did get the email. Thank you very much. AC Volition says I have a heavy bag. Need to install it still. This online stuff is addicting. Not enough time for all the stuff out there and rabbit holes to dive into. Just look, try to keep a safe distance and remember that it's all for entertainment. Don't start taking it too seriously. You'll be perfect over here. People who take the internet too seriously really fucking hate this show. So don't fall into that. Because we make fun of them and they don't. I don't understand how shows that like mock, like obsess over people and like watch their every move get so sensitive when they just get teased. It's like 7-year-olds. But as far as installing a heavy bag, dude, it doesn't take much. Drill a small hole. So go into your garage, drill a small hole into a support beam, get an eye bolt, screw it in, just get one, that screws in. Go ahead and screw it in a couple of turns, and then grab pliers or a wrench or whatever, and just turn the eye on that thing. Just turn it until it's really nice and snug and won't turn anymore. Then take the chains from your heavy bag, hook it up through the bolt. You're good. The only thing you got to worry about is make sure that your sheetrock is screwed in pretty solid, because if you get the heavy bag going, sometimes the sheetrock screws will let loose and then you'll get sheetrock powder dropping down on you. Reformed Rapscallion says, if I start feeling like I'm settling into an echo chamber, I dip out. Yeah, that's a good call. A lot of people have gotten into that anti-steel toe echo chamber and it's literally broken their ability to gauge reality. Approachable says, is it just me or is the double chin starting to migrate into your cheeks? If you smile and look slightly down, it almost makes up another full smile with your neck and cheeks. I'm going to smile with my face up like this from now on. Now I look Chinese. Ray Peacock says, Aaron drilling into support beams. What could go wrong? Crowder Wears Panties says, stay away from rabbit holes, bud. Look into rabbi holes. Enough about New York. Miss Tay says, I thought you'd lost half a chin, but after that pizza binge, I was wrong. Thanks. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, Aaron's convinced boxing is good exercise, despite being fat the entirety of his life, besides a very short period as a cocaine enthusiast. I was never a cocaine enthusiast. But I will say this. I don't think my diet, my aversion to lifting and my inability to eat healthy, I think has more to do. And by the way, internet lingo, I'm skinny. If you see how fat these fuckers are, it's embarrassing. But you are correct. I always say 6'3", 225. I need to find a new surface to stand on. I need to figure something out because I measured myself at SP's the other day, and I did it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm trying to stretch out my spine, do whatever I can do. I was like 6'2.9. I was like just a little bit, like an eighth of an inch under 6'3", and that scared the fucking shit out of me. Being 6'2 point something, there's no value in that. 6'3" is like an authoritative height. 6'2 something is a fucking weird guy who's not short or tall. But my spine can't be compressing. I can't be shrinking. Sam Show says, he's old. It's not good.
Oh, buddy.
What? Numero uno says, well, if you're going to constantly compare yourself to 400-pound whales, that's a great way to cope. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're saying that is a bad thing. Rexstart parody account says, spine compresses as you get older, especially for heavier people. That's not good. That is no good at all. Yeah, you ain't getting my money. There's a difference between that and stalking, my friend. Learn the difference. Don Lemon decided to get a little bitchy when it comes to Megyn Kelly. I love the era, as the kids say. I love the era that Don Lemon is in right now. He's just bitter, bitchy, pissy gay guy. Like, there's no more news guy. You can tell that he was a DEI hire for CNN, and they basically made him be a professional news guy. Because he's nothing but a barfly, garden variety, promiscuous, bitchy, bitter, shit-talking gay guy. That's all Don Lemon is. The amount of lipstick they had to put on that pig at CNN to make him some kind of presentable newsman is hilarious watching him now. His new gig that he does, somebody hired him. I think the people who hired him understand that Don Lemon is a goof. So they hired Don Lemon to go out on the street and talk to strangers and immigrants about political topics, and they just own him constantly. So like Don Lemon goes out and talks to some Mexican lady who barely speaks English about immigration, and he'll go, well, if they aren't breaking the law, why do we have to deport them? And she goes, well, they are breaking the law because they are coming into the country illegally. And he's like, that's not a crime. That's not a crime. It's a misdemeanor. And she goes, isn't a misdemeanor? This is a crime. And he's like, well, so it's basically watch Don Lemon get kicked in the dick by immigrants is the name of his new show. So he's on some weird baby fat podcast. And this guy's interviewing Don Lemon, and he asks him about Megyn Kelly. I'm going to let you guys decide if old Don is a little bitter at Megyn Kelly for the gig that she has nowadays. Let's take a look.
Is Megyn Kelly chopped?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what is chopped. I've heard it, but I don't know what that means. What does chopped mean?
She's gonna get mad at me, dude. I don't know if I want this heat.
What does chopped mean?
Chopped means like not hot.
Yeah, she's chopped. I don't know, the whole MAGA look.
It's all the MAGA ladies.
Too
They
much.
look.
Kind of looks like a Barbie doll covered in like WD-40.
I think she looks trans.
Oh, let's end on that note.
She looks clockable.
She looks trans. Again, this is Don Lemon. This is who he really is. He's a bitchy gay guy who he and his husband look at the neighbors having a better car than they do, and they just sit there looking out the window obsessively, shitting on the neighbor for a half hour. That's who and that's probably who Don Lemon has always been. He probably had to undergo so much training at CNN just to get to the point where they could get this guy on TV, and he wouldn't come off as basically a parody of what a homosexual metropolitan gay guy is, because this is him. Oh, she's chopped. Oh, absolutely. She looks trans. She's trans. She's probably trans. He's so bitter that Megyn Kelly is still like in the game, in that world. And so like gay guys, the thing about gay guys when they get bitchy and vindictive, their insults don't have to have anything to do with what the person does or what the argument's about. You know how like if we talk about football and you're going to shit on the other team's quarterback, you'll shit on how bad of a player he is. A gay guy will be like, his shoes are bullshit. He just looks like he dresses in the dark. It's like, it's petty, it's lowbrow, it's dog shit. You just have to try and hurt them because you're so bitter. And I'll be honest, I think Don Lemon belongs in this era more than anything else. He doesn't belong in news. He belongs taking cheap shots at people. Brian says he ain't wrong. I disagree. I think that Megyn Kelly, and some people don't like it when I do the age thing, when I go, look, for her age, I think for her age, she looks fantastic. I think for someone younger than her, she looks great. I don't think Megyn Kelly looks trans at all. I don't think so. Brian says Megan is gross. Bish looks like a lizard. She looks like a lizard, Bish. Ray Peacock says Don Lemon is Carl confirmed. He is Black Carl. They do the same thing. He has no actual insight or insult. He's just kind of a bitchy, club-footed, grandma-marrying gay guy. You know what? Cleaner's got me. Cleaner says, Aaron knowing how gays act doesn't help the gay accusations. I really should have kept some of that under the hat, shouldn't I? Fuck. Well, I got to thank you guys. Brian says Black Carl Lamont. Well, I mean, you're not going to be able to not see it anymore. Hey, guys. Oh, God damn it. Cockdiff sent me an email. He said, where is my sweatshirt? Your show sucks and you are fat. I thought he was finally going to send me the address to send the sweatshirt. But then he said, by the way, I need a 16XL. Send it to the east side of St. Cloud. More to come. Sent from my iPhone. He's doing the baby reindeer bit. This person writes in, Megyn Kelly looks like a meth head with a professional makeup person. God, I didn't realize how many people disliked Megyn Kelly so much. Sam Show says, but Cockdiff did email you. That's true. I did tell him he had to email me. I didn't tell him. No, I did tell him he needed to email me his address. That's true. Papa Shop says, did you see her on stage with Don Jr.? It was very funny to watch. Don Jr. be a gigantic heeb about the Kirk assassination. MSO says, Carl's favorite sandwich, the club. I don't know why he says that. He probably says that because he's just really insecure. I mean, it's probably something that he's really sensitive about. By the way, Chad's impression of him, I didn't give it the credit it deserved back in the day. It is he's really insecure and he gets that fast talking because he really does care what people on the internet think of him. He doesn't want the guy who looks like a potato to think that he's not cool. It's something you see in dorks a lot. It's pervasive, it's habitual, and I believe that it's malignant. I think it's fatal. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Thank you very much for another great show, another great success, another win for the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and if you feel like throwing us money, we always love that. Hey, maybe a couple hundos, we can be done for the week before we even jump on tomorrow. All right. Like, subscribe, follow. I got to go pick up my heavy bag. Pray that I don't pick up fast food on the way, but let's be honest. Talk to you soon. Evening show tonight at 6 p.m. Oh, hold on. Sam Show says, look at your Rumble rants, retard. What did I miss? Make Aaron jog again. I did that. The Kiki thing, I did that one. I did the Rogue Veda $100 one. Oh, numero uno with $1. Said, SP DM'd me asking to shame you into doing cardio, by the way. Sorry to dime you out, girl. She's probably going to be fucking pissed at you. I got all my Rumble rants, man. I don't know what to tell you. I got them all. Papa Shab says, check Venmo. I'm not going to check Venmo because there's nothing on Venmo. Here I am checking Venmo. There's nothing on there. Thank you guys for knocking it out. Sam Show says there's another Rogue Veda. There's not. Sometimes it shows up twice on other people's chats. I don't know why it does that, but it ain't showing up on mine, my dude. Thank you guys very much. I will talk to you again very soon. In fact, 6 p.m. Central Time. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day.